Only reason we exist. Without mushrooms, we'd all be dead. I don't believe I've ever seen any scientific evidence of that, Socks, but I'll take your word for it, because everything you've said is utter gibberish and doesn't, like, really make the conversation any more interesting, so I will just simply smile, nod, and ignore what you say. We're going to continue Longdeath. It is the year 310. Yesterday we finished the giant glass lava tube and filled it up entirely. All the way up to here. The problem is I filled it up a little too much. I need to drain about half a layer out. So we're going to do that right now. We're going to drain about half a layer out, or try to drain about half a layer out. And then we're going to start working on... well, actually, I don't need to drain half a layer out, but I am going to drain half a layer out. Just because I want to see what happens when I pull the drain lever. And then we're going to start pumping into the caverns, but I need to redirect the pump stack first before I can do that. But let's just go here. And I'm going to drain in case of just a little bit, not much. Just a little bit. I'm literally going to drain, like, as little as possible. Think about that statement. I'm just going to say that this was a serious conversation, and now you guys are just spewing nonsensical garbage, so I'm going to just move on with video games. Also, what Stone said. The fuck you smoking, mate? Seriously. Would help if I unpaused the game, wouldn't it? I was like, why is the game not moving? Frame rate death. It's true. I accidentally paused the game. Also, we're about to trade, so. You know what? Let's just cancel this until we're done trading. So because we have the fire up and running, I'm prepping to start making lots of things out of gold and other materials. The problem is I have no gold here, so we're importing it. So gold, rose gold, black bronze, all that stuff. I think that someone needs to send Frog for Hire back to school for a little bit of basic knowledge on how the food chain works. Yeah, and it's almost like, well, wait until you reload. How are we doing? Complaining that Frog for Hire doesn't know what he's talking about. This is what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing. And trading with humans is what we were doing. We just finished records. But it's almost like most of those empty niches exist because we are doing our best to screw it up every opportunity we get. Because we are the problem, and introducing new problems does what? If the predator that ate a certain type of animal is extinct because we fucked it up, does, introducing new animals in that will have unknown consequences, how is that a valid option? I can't tell if you're being serious or if you're joking. If you're joking, it's not fucking funny. If you're being serious... Oh boy. Thanks, Socks, for ruining a nice discussion. It's okay, but like, what the heck, man? That was an interesting discussion, and now it's just fucking gone. Alright, let's just finish trading, then we're going to drain a little bit of that lava out. What Mist said. Although, a little bit of a different topic, but sort of the same topic, pineapples are not naturally grown in Hawaii. Pineapples in Hawaii are an invasive species. Also, dandelions are not natural to North America. Dandelions are not supposed to be on this continent. The French brought them over because they were an easy crop to grow. Also, the dog just farted. Pineapple plants are kind of hilarious. I actually really like the way pineapple plants don't look normal. Like, growing up, I always thought that pineapples like grew on trees out of the top, but like, it's like a shrub and then boop, pineapple pops out. But yeah, I would say that our species has done enough good work fucking up our planet already. I don't think we need to do more. And I don't think joking about it is necessarily helpful to anybody. So this dwarf is super concerning to me. This dwarf got really depressed about 100 years ago and then murdered 2 dwarves. We were able to completely fix him, and he's going insane again. And I'm kind of worried it's going to be tough to fix him again. So hopefully we can do that. Hopefully we can. Because that's a good dwarf, and I would like that dwarf alive. Pineapple plants look like something out of a cartoon. Like, they look like just something that somebody designed for a comedy show that they didn't think all the way through. That's such a new one to me. Chad, has anybody here seen the worried about being unable to help anybody for too long problem? Does anybody know how to fix that one? Because that's a new one to me that I've never run into before, and I got a couple dwarves that have it. I was like, I just gave that one doctoring because I realized I didn't have doctoring, but it's like, people don't really get injured here. I'd rather not. Hoofs a lot. Is there a way to fix that problem without potentially killing half of my dwarves? Has there been a vampire? No. Why would there be a vampire? I don't believe there are any vampires in this world. Well, they're not going to become mayor if they're Howard due to the stresses of their traumatic life. Well. All right. That's the only vampire in this world, and they're completely insane, so no, that wouldn't cause any problems. If we let that vampire out, we'd literally just beat it to death, and then that would be it. So, no, that vampire isn't exactly an option, but... I apologize for asking you guys for assistance, because the only helpful thing I got was it's probably just doctoring, which is what I thought. Kind of hoping you would vandalize something in front of him. Because Seeker likes being in prison. I just need this. This dwarf has tantrumed a couple of times, but they haven't actually done any damage to anything yet. So do you want spoilers? Because there is one vampire in this fortress. But but he's berserking in a wall. That's him right there. He lives here in this tomb right here. Well, it's not really a tomb, it's a prison cell, but we sealed it off. He lives there. He's an insurance policy. Also, Jimmy, if you want to like genuinely help those episodes out, leave likes on them for everyone that you see. Every episode you watch, leave a like. Those help a lot. Also, not to sound like an idiot, Slot, but can you even make ballistas without iron? I thought in order to make a ballista arrow, you needed to use... Oh no, apparently you can. You can make wooden ballista arrows. Interesting. For some reason, I was under the impression that you needed iron. For those during the King's reign, I never got a full count and I've given a lot away, but at one point I had 600. At one point I made 600 ballista arrow heads, and I ran out of ballista arrow heads, so I've got a lot of ballista arrows. Putting it bluntly, I've got a lot of ballista arrows. Alright, first half of the humans are leaving. Yeah, I can't do that. But you were playing in an era where mood didn't matter as much, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because like stress was like... Were you playing pre-stress? I can't remember. I always forget this. Like, if I were to do that now, we would spiral. Like, quite literally, if I were to just ignore mandates, I would have, like... Well, first off, I would have to make, like, 10 times... I'd have to make enough prisons so that everybody could go to prison and nobody got beaten up. But it would be a long time before... Well, actually, maybe we wouldn't spiral. I don't know. I would lose a lot of dwarves, though. If they liked the if they were dwarves that liked going to prison, it would be fine. But any dwarf that didn't like going to prison, it would be a big problem. I have the hiccups apparently. The stress effect was still minimal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that would be a wise decision in the current version, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just ignoring mandates and letting everybody go to prison would help to a degree. Because, like, I guess it would, like, change their thoughts to eventually like the idea of just being in prison. Yeah, the government official itself would go insane. Like, your mayor would go insane systematically, but I don't know. Maybe you could make that work. I don't know. It's not really how I want to play this fort, though. What I ended up doing with the king, though, is my king was basically a legendary siege. What's the job called? Siege engineer. Yeah, he's almost a legendary siege engineer. He was like my king basically had no jobs except for siege engineering. So whenever I needed ballista arrows, I would just queue up 3 and the king would just go make them usually. So, I don't know. Like, in my mind, it's less of like a mandate and more just the king had a hobby, which was making very fancy ballista arrows. That's how I kind of justified it in my headcanon for a while. It was like, well, I mean, sometimes other dwarves work on it because other dwarves also have the skills, but generally it was just the king did it. Generally, it was just the king did it. They're shouting and raving about how they are in charge and they should be listened to, and all we'll do is they say, and all will do as they say. Yeah, basically, yeah. No, they do kind of they do complain loudly if people don't pay attention to their mandates. But I don't know. I'd rather dwarves don't go to prison if I can avoid it. If I can avoid it, I would rather get stuff done quicker and not have to deal with a couple people being in prison all the time. All right, Abe is gonna go pull a lever. Or not. He did all the weaponsmithing himself too. I like that that seems to not necessarily be a trend, but like other people do that too, where it's just like, King, you really like something? You get to do it. It's like, okay, you really want a specific type of spear. Okay, you get to make a lot of spears then. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who just made the king do it himself. Did they actually cancel the lever pull, I wonder? So I just need to drain like half a layer of lava out of this. Nope, someone is coming, theoretically. It's just a matter of who. Let's just cancel and uncancel the job. Really? Nobody's got the pull lever job? Who goes to jail if the king fails to make the thing? I think that's a problem that the king would have to figure out, but the king never failed to make the thing. Actually, there was a couple times where the king failed to make the thing because I didn't have enough wood or something, but we fixed it. And like, you know, we got it done. We got her done. Generally ended well. Also, chat, as always, if you want to help the stream out, you know, tell a friend about it, share things around, point people in the direction of the stream. Twitch has made some changes to the website recently, which make getting natural viewership from the site itself very difficult. So, Twitch basically killed discoverability overnight a couple weeks ago now, or almost 2 weeks ago now. Week and a half, I guess. That's it's gonna make my concurrent view counts and chat activity and new followers coming in very slow. So if you want to help the stream out now more than ever is the time to just simply tell somebody that you like watching the stream, or post it on social media, or share my videos, because it's going to be tough times for me for a while, I think. Yeah, I think we'll just wait for them to put all this shit away. Then we'll go do it. Then we will redirect the pump stack, and then we will turn it back on, and then we will, from there, start filling up the caverns. Should be fun. Should indeed be fun. There's so many crafts that need to be put away. Gosh. It's okay, though. So, you know, at the end of the day, just thank you everybody who, you know, tunes in and watches the stream. Because just lurking now is more helpful than it'll ever be, probably. So, thank you much. Masterpiece spider silk cloth. All right, a bunch of dwarves no longer have jobs. Let's see if we can get somebody to pull that lever now. Chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. All right, let's pull that lever. Let it sit for a second. And just wait. Oh, did you lose? Oh, I see. You type out the invest. Try and keep her above 5K for my investments. Looks like all my dwarves are reading books. Invest? Well, I mean, that would be like the best loadout, kind of, you know? Is anybody coming to do this? When a lot of stuff is being put away in stockpiles, it's like the worst time to try and get any small tasks done. It's literally the worst time to try and get any tasks done. When the books get too old. I can't tell them to copy specific books, but yes, we have made many copies of many of my books. I don't think we've made copies of all of them. We constantly have many copies available, and I've also sold some so that they've, you know, been shipped back to various places over here. Yeah. Bunch of my books have moved. That war was something in here. What? Oh, goblins took that over a while ago, I think. Thought they took them back, but guess not. But yeah, I can't tell the dwarves to copy a specific book. But there are many pieces of paper and many book bindings available for the dwarves to use. I have no idea. I don't know how you would test that. I think just exporting stuff in general raises the prominence of your fortress. I don't think books are any different. I think it's just based on item value. I don't think that if it's a... I don't think rarity of the item, unless it happens to be a valuable item, really matters all that much. Oh, also, Frog, I saw that your attempted post on Stack Overflow got cycled out as spam, and that's about the same as what's happened with all of the attempted posts I made on various subreddits about the topic. My scribes will copy books, but they seem to get obsessed with very specific books and then copy a bajillion of them. Like, if I just go look at my bookshelves, you'll see which ones they copied a lot immediately. A Guild of Vines, this one. Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls, that has a ton of copies. The Guild of Vines, Problems and Solutions is, like, my most copied book. The History of Beliefs is also really common. Yeah, that's also another copy of Start Your Day. Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls and the History of Beliefs and the Guild of Vines are probably the most commonly copied book, which is probably also why the Guild of Vines gets talked about a lot in artifacts. But then there's a couple other books that seem to be a little bit rarer that I don't have that many of. They seem to just like obsess over one particular book and then they make a bajillion copies of it. But you know, they will write a few new books every year. Like if I just scroll, yeah, these are almost all unique books, but there's a couple copies in here. A couple copies. Pulleys and more. There's 2 copies of. I certainly hope it was, unless maybe it was a squirrel that's just finding itself. It's discovering that it's trapped in the wrong kind of body. Just like real life. Happens all the time. Alright, we're going to wait down here until the dwarves come down. Alright, Abe is going to go try and pull that lever again. See if he makes it this time. Also, I'm going to do a thing just so that nobody else does it and I don't have to refund it. Alright, well, he seems to have changed his mind and is now doing the meeting thing. Did he actually pull the lever? Did you make it down to the bottom? I don't even think he did. Nope, he did. Okay, that's good. I glanced away for a second, and then I saw him going back up, but... Alright, so that's going to drain out a little bit, which is what we want. And then we're just going to run another dwarf down here, hopefully to do this quickly. There we go. We've got a merchant coming down. Caveman Crafting is coming to get it. Which will be more than enough drained out, and then we can redirect it. Because I don't want it all the way up to the top, so that I can redirect the actual pump stack that pumped into the top of it to other places up top, so that we can, maybe make a moat or something. But right now it's like only going to pump into one place, and that's the tube. So I would like to redirect it. But in order to do that safely, I need to do something else. Or I need to have it 1 or 2 Z levels down, so we have to drain a little bit out. But yeah, like it didn't drain all that much out, which is fine. There we go. We drained a little bit out, and let's check the top and see how far down we are. Excellent, that's where we want it to be. So now this can drain out. Yeah, that's perfect. That's basically perfect. That's right where I want it. So now that is done, and that'll drain out up here. Now we can go down to the middle area, which is right there. Did I hook this lever up? Yes, I did. So let's pull this lever. Let's go 1 layer up. And just dig around here. That's fine. We can do this. That's fine. So that trough will empty the tube. Yeah, that tiny little trough drains off. The weird squiggly cave that I built goes to the edge of the map and then off the map. So if I pull that lever and just leave it, it will eventually drain the whole tube. The lever that I pull there is drain or pull in case of I mean, you always want a way to drain it. And one of the reasons to drain it is like, what if I want to expand the tube? What if I want to add a big, I don't know, feature to it? What if I want to build a giant above ground lava cistern? What if I want to add on to it? Then I have to be able to empty the tube. So having a way to empty it is very helpful. I am blocking this so that I can pump out from here and not pump upwards. Safety. Yeah, it's for safety. Safety is very important. You wouldn't want to... It's one of those, that's a nice tube you got there. You wouldn't want something to happen to it. Also, Discord is lagging like crazy for me right now. I'm trying to send DMs to somebody, and it's just... I have to resend it every time. Alright, now that that's done, I can fill this back in. We can, of course, you know, replace this later. Seeker is throwing a tantrum. Keep an eye on the crimes list. And then from there, we do this. But actually, you know what? I'm just going to suspend both these right now. And let's just dig a bunch of these. Dig some of these. Dig some of these. Do some of these. Do some of these. Do some of these. Do some of that. And, you know, maybe a little bit of that. A little bit of that. There you go. That's plenty of drainage points, I think. It's the date. It is late summer 310. We're getting close to fall. We are currently the 26th of Galena, so basically the end of summer. We're about to have a tributes, if that's why you're asking. So I'll get that wall fixed, and then this area down here, we're going to get all these fortifications covered, and then we can start burning the caverns. Serious question, Chad. Who here is excited to burn the caverns? What year is it? I love how this is one of the first one of the few streams where you can come in and unironically ask the question, what year is it? And you'll get an honest answer. This is one of the few streams on Twitch where you can unironically just be like, yo, what year is it? Build a drain? Why would I need to build a drain for this? It's just going to drain out into the cavern and set stuff on fire. I don't need to build a second drain. I'm just going to be pumping from the same spot out into the caverns. So it's fine. Autumn has come. There you go. How you doing, Magna? What about Longdeath years? Did you clip me reading the date? Oh. Oh, really? We are in the year 290, making the fortress 285. Yeah, you are correct. 285 years old. In about a month. And they've arrived. The two tributes from the council and the other one for record creeping. I gotcha. That's kind of neat. I hope that some of you are still watching me when we finish this fortress. How have I been doing? Pretty terrible, but we're working on it. And streaming things have been very difficult as of late, just purely because Twitch changed how auto hosts work, so it's completely kneecapped all of my discoverability on Twitch, making my future kind of unstable and scary, but we should be okay. I think we'll work through it. It just means that there will be a lot less people watching in average view counts for a long time, potentially. Which is why there's 30 people watching 2 hours and 15 instead of like 60 to 100. Which means less people will be coming in. It'll be harder to promote the stream, which means in the past week, I've gotten 2 new followers. I used to get like 5 to 10 a day, to give you an idea on how much it's impacting me. Tried having me on at work in the background and having jewelry emergencies to tend to. I mean, yeah, don't worry too much about it, but it's just like, that's kind of the, like, when people ask me, I'm going to tell you how I am, and that's what's on my mind, and that's where life is right now, so. It means what I currently have is fine, but over in the long run, it's going to be difficult because growing is going to be tricky. Stone, did you get this one? Boop-a-doop. Da-da-ba-dee-doop. Okay. All right, so all of those open spots are sealed. Let's push that button and get this locked off. Curious about where they're going to grab the block from. I'm actually quite curious. And then we'll just let it pump for a while. And just let it eventually, you know. Is the stream title what you think it is? We are going to burn the caverns in a minute, Tamika. These caverns that are filled with corpses, we are about to burn them. I'm going to have to do this in several phases, actually, but because we won't be able to get everything, but we're going to try and cleanse the caverns using the lava from the tube. Or rather, the pump stack that we used to fill the tube. We're redirecting it into the caverns. There is no loot down there. It's just monster corpses. And I want the monster corpses gone. I don't care if they're beasts or anything. So nothing will survive. I mean, charred trees, but everything else will burn. There isn't any material down, like there isn't any weapons or anything in there that is like usable, so it doesn't matter. Charred trees and obsidian is what will survive. Everything else will hopefully burn to death. I want the caverns to be somewhat, not necessarily inhabitable, but like conquerable. You know what I mean? Stone, let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. So that I can like have access to it going forward. Yeah, it's just cleaning. It's not a matter about getting loot, and I don't care about the corpses. Right now there are so many corpses in there. If you let a dwarf into there, they almost immediately tantrum. There is so many corpses. It's like worse than right after a battle. It is so bad. So I in order to make it even remotely possible for us to potentially think about going in there, we have to fill it up with fire and cleanse it. Also, moo. There's a cow. That poor donkey had to carry a cow. Rather small one for them. I mean, I guess that's a good thing, I would say. All right, I've got a dwarf coming to construct the building, which is DEFCON, so we'll just follow you. Oh, you're bringing a block from all the way up there, really? I mean, I guess it works. I don't mind. All right, chat. If you're lurking, you might want to look up and pay attention for the next minute, because we have redirected the pump stack. And now it's just a matter of turning her back on. Let's pull that lever just to stop the possible draining, and then go down to the maze layer, which is where the on-off switch is. Right here. And pull the lever. Cronk. And here comes Abe to go pull the lever. And there it goes. So now we go down to the Cavern Layer. And there it goes. It begins. It begins. Also, rip that poor bucket that I left in there. Oops. That's fine. It's just an oak bucket. It's nothing special. It's not like it's an artifact bucket. What kind of stone is that? How's that schist not melting yet? It's time to burn the caverns, chat. Oh, there it goes. Well, you can, like, be no fun and not say anything. No, I'm not gravity draining the entire stack. Fuck that noise. Absolutely not. No, that's our nightlight. If you thought we were gravity draining the entire stack, then you've paid no attention, and that's on you. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Sheesh. And burn forever until you pour water on it. It's my favorite thing of Slot is hearing that I'm disappointing people and that I'm no fun. It's my favorite thing. No, I'm way too careful to do that. I was pretty clear about my intended plan the entire time, so. Not if you drop something on it, Seth. There are ways of pushing all of the lava into a place for you. But no, I'm not gonna, like, I literally just spent half a week filling that thing. I don't need to, drain it. Nope. Not publicly, anyway. I mean, I guess probably in Legends? I don't know, actually. Why do you care, Frog? Just, you know, every single animal that's ever spawned and died in the caverns. It's almost like the web silk thread won't, you know, respawn. I mean, I've got more web silk already than I will ever, like, logically use, and it's just the stuff that's spawning in my tunnels. Like, who cares? Who cares? It's just fucking silk. I mean, I couldn't tell you dozens and dozens and dozens of forgotten beasts, mostly. Just that, you know. There's also a few live forgotten beasts down here as well. It's really one of those, oh, boo-hoo complaints, you know what I mean? Like, when people are like, oh, no, not the silk thread, go get the silk thread. It's like, who cares? It's fine. It's like the most renewable resource in DF. Quite literally the most renewable. Does it count towards the elf quota? I have no idea, to be completely honest. But none of them have collapsed yet, so. I mean, I accidentally burnt down the entire surface worth of forest several times in one volcano fort, and we stayed friends with the elves, so I don't think so, but maybe. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Also, this is another thing that people claim will wreck your frame rate, and it hasn't affected it yet, so we'll see. Dwarf fell down my stairs, apparently. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think the elves care. They only care if a dwarf physically cuts a tree down. Like, here's our forgotten beast corpse that's about to get burnt right there. Which is actually just made of ash, or was made of ash. So it's like, these ashes are burning. Which is kind of funny. And Toulon says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just all the metal bars, please. Pretty much, yeah, it's pretty much only pathing and hyper overproduction of items. That's literally it. At least at this point. There was other things that slowed FPS. I think why people think that fire slows your FPS is because fire tends to trap dwarves. So like if there's a dwarf and then there's a fire in between the dwarf and where they're trying to get to, and the dwarf can't get around the fire, that will fuck your FPS, but I don't have any dwarves down here, so. Not yet, no. I have the hiccups apparently though, so, but I can get you a description. I'm just gonna hold my breath so I get rid of my hiccups. Here, I'll screenshot it for you and stick it on the Discord. There you go. It's up on the Discord. Whew. Enjoy the lurks. The Thanos. Yeah, no, but people will still tell you it'll lag your game. Part of what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to remove the spread of misinformation about DF, because there is a lot. How about the wiki, or is that just outdated? The wiki's outdated in a lot of places. But that's almost more due to the fact that there isn't that many people updating it and the complexity of the game in general. Less of a fault of the people updating the wiki. They burn. They definitely burn. All of the gray ones are burned. They just don't usually collapse. See, they're dead tower caps, and you can still chop them down and get wood. They just don't burn up entirely. They've gone from being living tower caps to being charcoal, basically. Like, you know how, do what you gotta do, Stone. Like, you know when a forest fire happens and trees burn down, they burn, but there will be, like, husks of, like, relatively still alive trees, and that's what these are. They're just, like, relatively burned down trees. Like, some of them will collapse, but most of them won't. I guess I would describe the mushroom caps in my personal headcanon. The mushroom caps are a lot more like solid than standard wooden trees are. Like, you know, a mushroom is very, like, it's kind of a dense thing, you know. So I would imagine that they would be more cement-like and less flammable than just cedar, for example, right? Like, they don't really have, like, they don't really have the immediate flammability of a what do you call it? Like, you know, an evergreen tree, because they don't have, like, the pine needles or anything. I mean, have you ever tried burning a mushroom? I say that as somebody who's definitely never burnt a mushroom, but... yeah, this is working. This is working pretty efficiently. I'm quite satisfied with this. Well, I mean, even as food, right? Like, they just kind of shrivel up. Like, the water leaves and they shrivel up, right? Like, hold on. Like, let's see what Google does. Fire burnt mushroom. Of course, I get recipe. This is just going to be delicious looking. I'm actually just getting pictures of mushrooms growing out of charcoals. Yeah, here's a good picture, actually. Look at this. Like, these are burnt mushrooms. They still look like mushrooms, but, like, they are burnt. So. Also, those are cool as hell looking. Mushrooms growing on a dead tree. Also shows to Spoder. Anyway. No, I know. But, like, I'm talking about, like, have you, like, set a mushroom on... Like, actually, here's a good picture. Almost looks like a... That almost looks like a mushroom. It's just a candle wick, but... But, like, even when you cook a mushroom, like, they still end up being very mushroom-esque once they're burnt, so... Kind of makes sense that they wouldn't, like, collapse to me. But yeah, this is going to be a slow process, and it's going to be going for most of today. I love how optimized the fire is now, though, at this point. Do we have any obsidian farming yet? Also, people were asking me yesterday if I was going to make obsidian farms. I'm definitely going to make obsidian farms. But something else that we can do once we're done with this is I can go underneath here and mine out all this tetrahedrite that's down here. Because it'll all be sealed off by the obsidian. So instead of having to worry about, you know, digging into water and such, we can actually dig right up to the edge, which will be nice. This side's going way fast. I like this. What's that burning? Ah, cave crocodile corpse. Very, very, very happy with this. So far, anyway. The upper layer, not so much burning, which means I'm going to have to redirect it again, probably, to the upper layers, but that's totally okay. I can absolutely do that. We're going to have to do multiple redirections. So we'll do this one kind of for this main layer. I'm thinking we'll do another one that just dumps lava around here, maybe, from like maybe up here. So I can just like bring it from here, like over to here, and then up to here. We can do it again. So I could actually prep for that. Build another lever right here. just dig through there. I can just do that. I can then simply just place a fortification after channeling through a hole, which would be nice. I don't know about you guys, but I think that this fire stuff is just so satisfying. Although there's areas like this where it's like actually impossible for the fire to get to, I think. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's blood, but it's like filling up next to these. Like the lava's actually like piling up here. I wonder if it'll eventually flood to the top of the trees and up and over. I don't even know. You found a second part of the first cavern layer that was completely sealed off from the main one when you were draining the water. Oh, really? I'm missing a cavern layer. From what I can tell, this is the first cavern layer, and there's a second cavern layer on layer 120. I haven't found a third cavern layer. If there is a third cavern layer, I don't know where it is, unless the second and the third cavern layer are just connected because they're so deep, which is a possibility. Like, this is a cavern layer right here, and it just kind of goes. Like, it just doesn't stop. So I'm thinking that maybe there might be another one down here. Like, there might be a third cavern layer because there is quite a bit left. Hey, little son. We are just, we're just burning everything. I appreciate the lurks. The lurks are very helpful right now. Yeah, no, we're just burning everything down here. Burning all of it. Just burning it. Burning it to death. It's lovely. I've struck tourmaline? Oh, I guess while digging up here. Why you gotta burn me like this, babe? That's all I have to say, animal. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, then it's just a matter of burning until we seem to have burnt as much as we can, and then shutting the whole thing down, and then doing it again. We should trade. You're burning me apart, Lisa. Yes. Warm stone located, really? Oh, right. Yeah, that's like one layer beneath. Well, I mean, actually. That's not what I wanted to do. Where's that going to drop down? Right there. Channel you down. Why do I keep forgetting to switch over to just normal digging? There we go. That'll do. That'll do. But yeah, also kind of rewinding the subject back about 10 minutes, back to incorrect information being spread. It's less so the wiki is the problem, because Valquar kind of asked if this was if it's an issue of the wiki being outdated. It's less of the wiki being outdated and more just new players come into DF and they ask questions. And then old players who either think it's funny or haven't played the game in a really long time answering the questions wrong, and then new players taking their word for it. Or alternatively, new players watching old tutorials on YouTube that are very outdated. Like, even if the majority of the content, like I was watching an old Captain Duck tutorial from a while ago. It was like 11 years ago or something, just out of curiosity a couple weeks ago. And this is a tutorial that still gets a lot of views to this day. and he just makes an offhanded comment about frame rate. This is also present in a lot of DOS Tactics old tutorials, where he'll just make an offhand comment about frame rate in the context of frame rate here is bad, and that's all that you need for the game to. Oh, and that's all that you need is just have a very highly viewed tutorial that is regarded as a good piece of information, and then one person watches it and goes, okay, that must be truth, right? Because this person who's highly regarded said it. And then that's all that it really takes. And then suddenly you have a bunch of false information being spread. It's really just that simple. As sort of debunk vids on YouTube. I've done some of that, but like really, I think that what's more valuable than me doing that is just simply answering people's questions correctly, because people don't go looking for debunked vids, right? But what they do look for is they look for tutorials. So I think what I'm just gonna do is I'm not bothering making any tutorials right now, because the current version of the game isn't what people are going to be looking for tutorials for, and there's tons of tutorials. What I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to wait for the Steam version to come out, and then my first stream of the Steam version, I'm just going to start a fort and do a tutorial fort, and that I will, instead of doing what I normally do, which is put it up in 5-hour chunks, I will cut it down to 1-hour chunks. I might even do intros and outros on the stream itself. I'll export them one part at a time, and I will go through the basics, like the first 3 years of running a fort, just completely explained as best I can. And then I'll go back to playing normally after that. So that's my plan. I don't think that making tutorials or debunk vids for old videos is necessarily helpful. I think all that'll do is maybe upset the people who made the older videos. So I don't see that being particularly helpful. That is a crime. Hey, B-Lug, how are you today? How is things, sir? Yeah, we've got a crime going to go be committed. That Lumpy committed. Poor Lumpy. It's another slow day here in the Blind Castle. How's things be like? That's good. Glad you had a good evening. I had a short evening yesterday. I basically ended stream, ran down to the pharmacy. There's some cave crocodiles getting burnt. Ran down to the pharmacy. What even is that? Huh. Mup puke glands, forgotten beast extract. Is that stuff flammable? Kind of seems like it. Forgotten beast extract is like shooting up. Interesting. We are flooding the caverns with lava in a cleaning effort. Is what we are doing currently, B-Luck. And it's already like colliding with some of the water over here and making some nice obsidian for us, which will be nice because then once we're done pumping lava out here, we can go down here and then clean it all out, which is very helpful. So, you know, just making some progress, cleaning up corpses, the good stuff. Lumpy beat somebody up. Not too bad, though. Bunch of counts of vandalism and disorderly conduct against Lumpy. Let's see if any more crimes get... Okay, you're getting a beating, at the very least. And 29 days in prison. Okay, that's good. Sorry, Lumpy. I like you as a dwarf, but you gotta go to prison, friend. Ooh, that's quite the beating, actually. Okay, so now you're gonna try and chain him up. There he goes. Gonna go chain up Lumpy after giving him a little beating. But yeah, that's my plan for like tutorials and like trying to fix information is I want to put together a very relevant series of tutorials for the Steam version because I don't think we need any more of those on the current version. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it really benefits anybody. Like there's already so many tutorials and the wiki is super helpful already. I don't think that making tutorials currently for Dwarf Fortress really benefits people unless you're doing advanced stuff, and there's plenty of that stuff out there already in English and in other languages even. So that's kind of my take. I don't know if you necessarily agree with that take, but that's my take currently. God, this is super cool looking. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is awesome. There goes even more. Ooh, the water is starting to drain a little bit. I wonder what's causing that. Just steam is causing some of the water to evaporate. That is neat. It's sort of like watching your streams, Tamika, watching the lava get deleted from existence is very satisfying too. It's Forgotten Beast's shell. Now this would actually be a fun item to get. But we could probably mine it out of the obsidian. This would be a fun item to get because I could make a craft out of it. This is satisfying to watch because it's like slowly all this water is just going to turn into obsidian and then we can just run on it. That'll be really cool. That will be very, very, very cool. Up and down the fortress ad nauseum. True. Have you tried pumping the water instead of using buckets? Or is buckets just more convenient? It's more convenient. I get you. Takes longer, but more convenient. And you're almost done. Yeah, that's also the thing. It's also the, you know, the sunk cost fallacy of, well, I've come so far, so it would be a shame if I were to stop now, you know what I mean? What is that burning? There's something burning there. Troglodyte skeleton. Okay. It's on fire. We're getting close to the water on that side, and then down here, we're also getting close to the water on this side. Although, is it even going to make it to the water on this side? I think it might actually just collide with the trees. I think it may just collide with the trees on this side down here. So we may have to wait until it, like, piles up. I'm curious what Lumpy thinks about his chains. Why are you following? Oh, you're... Oh, we've got the problem right now where we've got wounded, and I've got dwarves trying to recover wounded, and then dwarves trying to chain them. This one's like, I'm a doctor. This dwarf needs medical attention, and then the captain of the guard's like, this is a criminal. They must be put to prison. This is always a fun argument when this happens. Criminal scum must go to prison. No, they must go into the hospital. Oh, I was gonna try and like lock him out and make him take the other route around, but too late. I mean, they do have basic rights, and the rights are the dwarf who falls asleep first will eventually win the fight, which is if the captain of the guard falls asleep, then the doctor can then do the doctoring. It's basically they argue until one dwarf falls asleep, and then they go to prison eventually. I mean, he's only got some broken bones. It's not like he's going to die from his injuries. Come on. It's just a few broken bones. It's not like it's anything life-threatening. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a decent process, too. They argue until one falls asleep. When one falls asleep, the arguing's done. I mean, things would be so much more efficient in our world, too, if we would just operate with that method, you know? Like, we argue about politics until somebody falls asleep, and the person who stays awake the longest wins. You know? Parliamentary debates would be much shorter. Not that that would be a good system in the slightest. It's like, all right, we shall harness the power of Red Bull. Red Bull and, adrenaline shots, I think. The things that keep people awake for way too long. How could that ever go wrong? You'd have some very topsy-turvy laws. Dominok. Actually, probably what would happen is, yeah, Red Bull and cocaine. Sounds like just the 70s. Sounds like that would just end with, actually, each party would have one person awake at all times. And they just, like, work in, like, cycles. That's probably how that would go. So no lava's really hit this side yet. It's only hit that side. Whereas down here, it's still filling. Welcome back. Still just doing some spring cleaning. Basically, I'm just gonna say that Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I don't even know what that is. Never seen it, Frogfriar. All I know is I'm just a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Hey, Aqua. How we doing? Is it? I don't know. Never even heard of it. Sounds like American propaganda. Also, I feel like I would be very disappointed because in my head, I am simply imagining, like, I'm going to Washington, Mr. Anderson. Sorry, I'm just very much in the Matrix mode right now. You know, with the announcement with the Resurrections trailer. Oh, I'm so sorry, Darren. Full sunlight, bad morning. Yeah, oh God. Oh. I I've drank more Red Bull than I should than any human being probably should. And all I will really say about that is I don't think Red Bull should be legal. Like, genuinely, I do not think that Red Bull should be legal. Red Bull is a terrible substance that does nothing for the benefit of literally anybody. Except for, the Red Bull company. The only thing good about Red Bull is all of the sports that they finance. The only thing good about Red Bull is all of the people that they give money to. But outside of that, Red Bull is a terrible, disgusting thing. They were incapacitated with illness for the next 12 hours. Now that seems a little silly. I believe it, but that seems a little silly. That seems like somebody probably had a health complication that they should have known about in advance before taking it. Like, as somebody who used to take caffeine pills on the regular, and I'm probably paying for it, yeah, that seems a little silly. If you have a heart condition, you should just know better. A pile of vomit. Lovely. It's on the Discord. Oh, his name. Tulon Dumat Thosbat. I've taken caffeine pills. I think I could probably count on one hand the number of 5-hour energies I've taken in my life just because I hate them. But I've taken caffeine pills alongside of energy drinks. There was a really good thread in like mid 2020 on Ask Reddit, which was what are conspiracy theories you believe are true. Aquafunkalistic booty wap. And there's one that I don't even think is a conspiracy theory that popped up, which is the public school system isn't designed to educate. It's designed to beat you down and remove all sense of ambition and desire to go out on your own and simply go work in a factory or a grocery store or any of those systems. And just go work in the like public workforce instead of like, setting out to work for yourself. And you know what? I don't know. Roughness drill or roughness drilled? Drilled. Roughness drilled. That's not a conspiracy that's plain as day. Sort of it's a conspiracy theory, but it's also a conspiracy theory that I think is true. Rough drilled, yes. Rough giggity. Rough giggity doo-ha. That's a name. Imagine having a last name Rough Drilled. It still falls under conspiracy theories. How many dead naked mole dogs are there right there? Not just that many, okay. Because there was the great naked mole dog serpent people war early on in this fort. Sometimes you got to go on the road and get rough drilled, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, one of my favorite ones from that thread was Finland doesn't exist, which is a great conspiracy theory. If you want a really fun conspiracy theory, just go look up Finland doesn't exist. That's a really, 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 really good conspiracy theory. It's just really funny. I mean, Tamika, you'll read that. Oh, really, miss? You'll read the conspiracy theory, and then you too will pretty soon believe that Finland doesn't exist. I mean, it's almost more of a meme, but here's an all right explanation. Have you? Tamika's is a Finnish citizen, I think, Aqua. So, but like, it's like that down in Germany. It's really 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 funny reading the threads where it's just like all of the reasons that people have that Finland shouldn't exist. And then it's just like people from Finland are like, I'm from Finland and I'm starting to believe that Finland doesn't exist. Of course Finland exists, but it's a funny conspiracy theory. It's sort of like, you know, the ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes memes, where it's like, is it true? I mean, no, but is it fun to read? Yes. That's what they want to believe. So-and-so is a Finnish citizen. That's what they want to believe. It's like, you live in Finland. Yeah, that's what they tell you. You know, I live in Canada, and they tell me that Canada is not on the moon. It's what they want me to believe. Also, I'm weirdly hungry, and it's only noon. What's going on? And you're hoping he writes a new book? Why don't you just go, like, steal one? They're not hard to find. Just, like, raid a necro fort like 3 or 4 times, and you'll get one. It would be cool, though, if he wrote an original copy, though. They're probably an operative working on bird drones because birds don't exist. Birds are too evil to exist, just like Finland. Supposedly, new patch for Odd Realm, October 1st. Adds a new race and a bunch of other stuff. You know, I've never actually seen Birdemic. Maybe I should watch Birdemic. I've seen, like, more of the Sharknado films than a human should have. And one of the best celebrities we've ever had pop up in this chat is the visual director of Sharknado. Like, the director of CG. And my favorite quote about working on the Sharknado films from him was, they just keep giving us money for some reason. Which is like, you know, I respect it. Imagine having a career which is literally just like, they just keep giving us money. The work product must exist. It's like, I asked him, it's like, so what is it like making a Sharknado film? It's like, well, usually we get like 6 weeks and not enough money, but we just go make it. I'm sorry, what? Oh, Ghost and Seeker are fighting. Good lord. Please don't kill Ghost. I like Ghost. Ghost is a good dwarf. 2 counts of disorderly conduct against Seeker. Can we please put Seeker in prison this time? Every time he just gets a beating. I don't need him to have a goddamn beating. I need him to go to prison. Speaking of prison, what's Lumpy think of prison? Repentant. All right. But oblivious to reality, so we'll see how that goes. All right. You're going to go beat Seeker. Did Seeker get anything else? 29 days in prison. Yay! I love that my captain of the guard is so weak. It's like the equivalent of getting lightly padded. What are those branches doing in the water? They're connected to mushrooms. If you're talking about the ones in the cavern layers, they're all connected to mushrooms from above. Also, I might do an early lunch. I don't normally eat lunch for like 2-3 hours, but I'm like hungry and I think I should get food. So I think I'm gonna do that.
Sandwich!
Sandwich indeed. Would you guys prefer to watch a dwarf run around, or would you prefer to watch the caverns burn? What do you guys think? Lava? Okay. I'm just gonna wait until this dwarf gets put into prison just to make sure that goes through. And then I'm gonna go do lunch. Everybody's saying lava, so lava, lava, lava it is. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Also, Darren, I have a question. Did you intentionally cheer 101 bits to just hold that #1 spot for a while? Because someone should cheer 102 bits. Feels repentant after being confined. Hopefully those help. Hopefully those prison sentences help. That ashamed is rough, but Lumpy's already improved a bit. Was haggard, but is now red instead of haggard, so that's good. Nervous wreck. Never feels discouraged and is private to the point of paranoia. Unwilling to reveal even basic information. Alright, well, let's get you guys back down to the Cavern Layer. My 2 main tantrumers are in prison, so hopefully they won't cause any problems, and let's watch some caverns burn, shall we? Ah, you did 99 once. Okay, so it was a fix. There you go. There's a bird's eye view of the cavern. A running dwarf burn? No, because that would be burning a dwarf, and we don't kill dwarves. Not intentionally, anyway. I'll be back. Give me a couple minutes. Food's been consumed. I return. Ah, the beauty. The beauty of lava. Just slowly taking out every single little bit. So yeah, I guess I can just let this do its thing for a while. Because this side will be pretty heavily cleansed pretty soon. That, or I could redirect it. No. What do you guys think, chat? Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna do the redirect that I kind of planned. I'm gonna pull this lever. And let's go up to the controlled layer. This is gonna look kind of weird, and why is that? Why is too long gonna look kind of weird? We're into early winter. Okay, so I basically skipped about a month because I know that winter like just started when I was heading out the last time. You're gonna go pull the lever. Go get that lever pulled. No more crimes have been committed since we left. That's good. You know, it was something kind of funny, chat. This was a while ago. This was a couple months ago now. But somebody popped in to the Twitch channel from YouTube, and the thing that they said was, "Wow, I'm surprised." And I was like, "What are you surprised about?" And that was the first words they said was, "Wow, I'm surprised." And they said, "I've been watching you on YouTube for a while now," and they were shocked that there was only like a couple dozen people watching at the time. It was like I'd only just started streaming, so there was like 40 people watching. They're like, I thought that you were a much bigger streamer. And like the way that you hold yourself, the way that you carry yourself, and the way that you talk, it seems like you are a much bigger streamer. And to this day, I don't know if I should be flattered or just sad. But I come across as like somebody with much more experience than people expect. You know what I mean? Like, people get the impression that my channel is much larger, just from the appearance of it. And now that that's done, all big streamers are small streamers until they're not. That's not true. I mean, there's degrees of truth to that. Gotta get this done. Okay, there we go. It's like, I gotta get that done in case there's a forgotten beast in there somewhere. I'd say there's degrees of truth to that, but I don't think that's entirely accurate, personally. It's not that it's inaccurate, it's just, it's not that it's inaccurate, it's just that, there we go, I need a floodgate. Gabbro floodgate go right there. There's degrees of accuracy to that statement, but there's also degrees of inaccuracy. Some people start streaming, and within weeks or days are doing it full time. Like an example of that is Richard Hammer. Um, you're gonna hop off to bed. We'll see you when we see you, Animal. Thanks for saying goodnight. An example of that is Richard Hammer, who's a pretty big Binding of Isaac streamer. He had 1,000 viewers within a couple of weeks. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Aqua. I'm an experienced streamer. I'm not a large channel. I'm simply I know what I'm doing. If you get me. I know what I'm doing. Doesn't mean that I have a massive audience though. Alright, so we're just going to dump lava onto the water in the middle there. Just gonna cause a lot of steam, a lot of fireworks. But hopefully be a bit more efficient at burning things. No, I read the compliment there. You didn't even come close to fucking it up, don't worry. Not even close. I completely agree with what you're saying. Hook up a floodgate. Fortunately, with this whole setup, I can just turn the whole thing off, so if something bad happens, I can just shut the whole thing down. Whole bunch of border collie puppies just showed up on on SPCA. You guys want to see some puppy pictures? Puppies! I don't want a border collie, but those are cute. Alright, do I have a Dwarf link? Okay, cool. Tiny Goliath's already on it. Also, I was going to check. Lumpy still didn't really recover much from being in prison. How about Seeker? I take that as a no. Just as in exactly the same spot. Also, you're embarrassed about wearing old clothing? Okay, yeah, it's time to make new clothes. Dress, 50. Cloth. Shirt, 50. Cloth. Tunic, 50. Cloth. Vest, 50. Cloth. Whoopsies. Cloak. Trousers. Cloth. Glove. Cloth. Mitten. Cloth. Cap. Cloth. Hood. Cloth. Sock. Cloth. Shoe. Done. Let's get around to clothing going. Still kind of suck at it. You know, it's kind of funny. I remember talking to a friend of mine about streamers ages ago. Like, this was way before I started streaming. And at the time, I was talking with him about watching speedrunners versus watching professional esports players. And he was kind of rambling about how he wanted to watch Faker specifically, like the League of Legends player. I don't know if anybody here has ever watched Faker. Faker is famous for being extremely good at League of Legends in his heyday. But when restoring cloths, you can't restore clothes. What are you talking about? Oh, buzzards are stealing clothes right now. So I don't know what you're talking about. Restocking? Restocking. Not that. None of those are. That's not a word for one thing. You mean checking? Like looking like this? This isn't restocking. This is just viewing. I'm just looking. So I'm hitting V to view what a dwarf is wearing. But restoking is not a word. Restokking is not a word. Yeah, you gotta check the old translate. Language barriers. It's fun. Yeah, is it? Are you trying to say restocking? But like, the view key is never used in the restocking thing. I'm just using the manager for making clothing. Also, a jeweler's shop got broken. When did that happen? I think I might make some metal bins pretty soon. Make a bunch of iron bins. But honestly, Aqua, in regards to that compliment that you threw at me, that's literally the only reason I think I'm still here, is because in my head I'm good at this. I take like production value pretty seriously and like visuals and aesthetics, and I try and keep the commentary interesting. But regardless of how good I am at it, being good at a thing doesn't necessarily mean that there's an audience for it, you know? Which is hard to swallow sometimes. Like, I've said this for years, and that's, what's the word? There are very many extremely good broadcasters out there that absolutely nobody watches. Like, you can be exceptionally entertaining and talented, and nobody will watch you. Like, I know so many broadcasters I've found over the years who have, you know, maybe like a dozen people watching who are just as entertaining and like talented at broadcasting as is it self-centered to say as me, if not better, that nobody watches. And it doesn't mean that what they do is wrong necessarily. It just means that that there's a lot of talent out there that just never gets the opportunity to be seen. That's all that it really means. We're just waiting for this dwarf to make it to the down to their destination and finish up that lever, connecting it to the floodgate so that I can, from there, start another lava flow. It's funny, I'm talking about how I think that I'm good at streaming, and then I like completely like fumble my words, lose what I'm saying, and almost lose the sentence, but, you know. If I was good at streaming, there'd be 1,000 people watching, so. She ended up just huge. Let's have a peek. Well, I mean, humans are bigger than dwarves, right? No, no, no. I like that beard. I like that beard. I think that's a nice looking beard. Road rough drilled. Doesn't sound like a euphemism at all. Even by human standards? Yeah, no, I remember it was like an Amazon kind of look. Just in the sheer scale of that human. But, that human. Yeah, she is very tall. Like twice the size of the dwarf, even. When you have to produce new clothes, do you have to make every type of cloth? Clothes? When I produce clothes, I do it like this. I simply type in every single different type of clothing, and then the dwarves just select what they want. You don't need to make every piece of clothing. But if a dwarf has a piece of clothing on, and they can wear like shirt, pants, and a dress, for example, if they have a certain type of clothing on and they don't have a replacement for it, they don't like that. So I just make enough of everything, and then sell the extras usually. So I just make one of everything. But if you've never made mittens, for example, you probably don't need to make mittens. If you've never made hoods, for example, you probably don't need to make hoods. But if you have a dwarf with a hood, they will want a replacement for that hood. But you do at the very least need to give every dwarf, like, coverings, right? But dwarves like to wear a lot of clothing, so it's probably best to give them more than they need just in case, you know? So if you have the option to just make too much, just make too much, because that's probably the best route to go. You know what my biggest fear is right now about streaming? Is previously with the old hosting system, I was pretty much guaranteed to have enough people watching when the Steam version comes out that regardless of how busy the directory gets, I will be pushed to the top. The issue that I'm looking at now is it is actually quite likely I won't. Because of like just general view thresholds and whatnot on Twitch. If you get to a certain number of viewers, you're pretty likely to just kind of be relatively close to the top of a directory for a new game regardless. I'm now below that. So it's a very real possibility that the Steam version comes out and I just get buried. That's my concern right now. Good lord, I'm worried. Let's get the next round of the Cavern cleanse going. Also just pull that lever. Basically, like, my future as a streamer now is dependent on the YouTube algorithm, which I'm not too keen on. Because the YouTube algorithm is a fickle beast. Twitch was always relatively consistent in the past. It's now no longer. I don't like that. Our first royal treasure was a short human, and you imagine that they sent him because of that? I tend to agree with that. Like, I could buy in with that theory as well. It's a pretty easy headcanon to kind of roll with. The headcanon of, oh, they sent the short human because they would make a good diplomat, you know? Like, I could see that being a believable working theory, you know? Like, that makes a degree of sense. And this dwarf got themselves stuck. Good job. I'm actually kind of surprised they did. I can fix this, though. So now we sit here and wait. For a dwarf to come down here and mine this out. Then we rebuild it. There you go. Let's do this again. So we'll just forbid these to stop them from standing there. Conduct meetings. Someone should come construct that pretty quick, I would think. Unless they already canceled it. Nope. Go to this place, Longdeath, and work out a deal. It's a new dwarven fortress. Is this a joke of my height, isn't it? What? No. You think that you're... I know that we always make fun of you, but we just think that you would be a better diplomat for a folk of people that need to see eye to eye with who they are trading with. And then afterwards, they just start sending taller humans as like an intimidation tactic, but every time they arrive, they just run away in fear because of how overwhelming the strength of the dwarves is, you know? Let's forbid that and unforbid it so that when they come back... Max, oh jeez. This is just one of those eras of having a few unfixable dwarves, I think. Some dwarves are just broken. Also, Stone, thanks for hanging out and chatting as much as you do. It's exceptionally appreciated, especially right now. Why are they insisting on standing right here? This makes no sense. Maybe it's because there's a ladder there? Let's see if I mine these two out. And then deconstruct that again. The dwarves are very quickly finishing all of the clothing that we designated to get done. The mayor is not very needy. I actually really like the current iteration of Peter as a mayor. Barely ever asks for anything, and whenever he does, it's just a gem, a large gem, which is super easy to make. I can make them out of rocks, I can make them out of metal. Super quick and easy. You know it, Diamond. But hopefully that'll actually happen. It may happen one day. We're into late winter. For fudge's sake. For fuck's sake. See if I can make this work. You know you should be able to just leave, right? I suppose you know that. I've never seen that button before. I wonder what that does. It's just a very common genetic. All right, that about does it. That about does it. I'm just gonna put a door in here and then seal it. Just gonna do it that way. Because for some reason, it's not working the way I want it to. Got some depressed merchants, so they're gonna starve to death, which is fine. Man, there's a basset hound that just popped up, but it's really fucking far away. It's, 271 kilometers away. Thing's adorable. If anybody wants to take a look. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you're lurking. Just gonna put a door in here, just because fuck it. Let's put a door in, lock it, build a wall in front of the door. Do it that way. It's the lazy way, but I'll do it that way because for some reason they are refusing to build from the correct angle here. And I'm just kind of tired of waiting. So we'll just put in a door and then we'll seal the door off. Alright, can you put that door into place? I think that's what you're doing. Ah, you already did. Perfect. Can you get out of the door? Let's just turn that zone on for a second. Or don't, because... Is this dwarf just an idiot? Like, what are you doing there? Here. Let's just give you some other jobs. Like... So that maybe something will make you leave? What if I give you an occupation of tavern keeping? There you go. Now you're leaving. Dwarfs just got... And of course they... Leave their clothing in the doorway. I'm about done with these dwarves right now, chat. I'm pretty irritated, I'll be honest. They're very, you know, every now and again, Dwarves in Dwarfort are just like, why are you so fucking stupid? You know what I mean? It's like, out of all of the things you could have chosen to do in that instance, why did you do that? It's like, I'm just gonna leave my, what is that? Socks and shoes. Yeah, it has been. It's linked in the description of the most recent video, or I can just post a link if you'd like it. Stone. I think it's the most recent. It might be the one previous, but it's either the most recent or the one before on YouTube. You find it? I'm assuming that means can find it. Also, spring has arrived, meaning it is the time of year where dwarves could die. It is indeed the time of year where things could die. And the annual tribute from Busty Jismak has arrived, who is moving very slowly. And let's see if we can finish getting this rerouted lava down into here. A stray hen was found dead, so I think a hen passed away of old age. Car being can't. Okay, hold on. I'll grab it for you and give you a link. I just need to open up my drive to grab it. So give me a second. Boop-a-doop. Longdeath. 301 years. Get link. Copy link. Paste. There you go. That's the current up-to-date version. They're literally food. They're stealing food. The problem is everything you cook is a masterwork and you're my main cook. You're the main cook and everything you cook is a masterwork, so the result is literally everything made by you that gets stolen is a masterwork, so. All right, we can now turn the tower back on. We are good to go. It's time to go back to Powering Layer and begin the Cavern Cleanse Part 2. And a dwarf's gonna go pull the lever, which means it should take a second. If you are lurking and would like to see a lot of steam and a lot of lava get dumped onto water, that's about to happen, so it'd be time to tab back over to the stream. Yeah, no, they don't actually get any, like, saddened by the masterworks going away. I think they did at one point, but they don't anymore. Oopsies. The Steam will indeed be released, yes. But the Steam edition will not be. Just the Steam. What type of rocks are these? Oh, that's Gabbro. Those are magma safe. It begins. It begins. It's actually quite a lot of lava already. I really hope that the Steam version has some sound effects. I don't think it will, but it'd be nice. Alright, so far pretty effective. So far pretty effective. This is one of the areas that really affects the dwarves because it's like they're all like underwater. The dwarves can see the corpses and the bodies and the blood and the stuff, and that fucks them up, but like I can't really remove them easily, but just dumping all of this lava on this water is going to help tremendously. So we'll just be able to deal with all these corpses like this. What was that? There was like almost an explosion. This is pretty cool, actually. Look at all those physics. No frame rate issues whatsoever. Ha! Look at all of the corpses just getting sucked in. Oh, that's wonderful. Section of cavern has collapsed. I actually wonder what collapsed. You know, I wish, Diamond. I do wish. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Diamond needs ad-free viewing. I'm just going to throw that out there. Damn. Sorry, this shit's just way too entertaining to me. It's like a fucking black hole. Trees are burning. How full is this? Okay, so this is just like full. That's actually really cool. You know, something that I think I'm going to do on Friday most likely is I'm going to put up a new Patreon pitch video / channel trailer for the YouTube channel. Just kind of re-pitch the stream to people. Maybe we can use that to bring some new people in. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It also, there's a tribute that finally made it. Yeah, it is a lot for them. Artichoke wine. Maybe they're trying to show us love because of the artichoke hearts. Whoever's payment goes through first gives it, and then the other one gets or shouldn't get charged. I don't think so. No offense, but I will be shocked if anybody actually gives you one right now. Alright, I'm going to assume that you got it, Stone. Because you posted a wine emote. There ain't gonna be much water here pretty soon. This is pretty goddamn dwarfy, if I do say so myself, chat. If I can be so bold as to say what is and what isn't dwarfy, this is pretty damn dwarfy. Cleaning the cavern layer by simply dumping lava in it. Pretty goddamn dwarfy. Most important is that Gremlin Bot got its ads free botting. Yeah. Oh well. That's what it is. Oh really? Have you tried to do that before, Belug? I like how there's just water around the base of this tree because I don't think, yeah, the lava can't get down to this water here. So there's just going to be like this tree-shaped lava there, or water there. This looks gruesome. This is the cavern layer that has been exposed. The elves are here to trade. This is the first cavern layer, which has been exposed for a very long time. And we are trying to clean it so that theoretically I could try and retake it and recapture it. So I'm simply pouring lava on it to fix the, problem of there being bodies and corpses and things that have been piling up since, well, year one, basically, that have just been left unchecked. Because the act of simply entering the caverns to build this glass tube layer right here, Tygo, damn near killed my fort. I had so many, it was the most tantrums I've ever had in this fortress right after we did that because of how distressed the dwarves were. So this is an attempt at this is like a good old-fashioned dwarven vacuum cleaner, if you know what I'm saying. So we're just, because we have a bunch of lava and a bunch of lava pumps now, we're just dumping lava into the caverns. Via this. It's pretty efficient. So it's not actually that gruesome, it's just convenient and efficient. But how are you today, Tygo? And besides, that is super entertaining. Look at that. Look at all the stuff burning. I'm going to ask you the same question that I ask everybody when they ask me about frame rate. How does the frame rate look? Does it look bad? I've been pumping lava for 5 days now and I haven't had a single frame drop. And I am burning the caverns and it's exactly the same. There is no frame issues. None whatsoever. On your master's thesis? Sheesh. It's probably a lot of work. I wish you Godspeed. Yeah, no, it's not hurting the frames at all. Not in the slightest. Because I am at a point now where I genuinely believe that most of the frame issues that people think exist are artifacts of history and are no longer issues and haven't been issues for a while. Because quite literally, if I had dwarves that were running around that were trying to path through the fire, that would tank your FPS. But just burning stuff, no, it doesn't do anything. Not at all. Well, I mean, that just sounds boring. That doesn't seem like the worst thing that you could stare at. I mean, at least you're staring at a wall and not staring at my streams. That wouldn't be productive at all. Staring at a wall is much more productive. But, One thing that I do think is really interesting is the way that the lava doesn't, for certain mushrooms, that the mushrooms that are fireproof, like we're just gonna have like those little perfect circles of space with water in them. I think that that's real neat. Not gonna lie, I think that that's really, really neat. Stuff's burning over here now. Burning up through the trees. Is your dwarf still around? Yeah, I think your dwarf died of old age, if I remember correctly. A little while ago. Yeah, your dwarf's been gone for a bit. Passed away. Was a good dwarf, didn't really get up to anything particularly noteworthy. Made an artifact at one point, an artifact craft. Can't remember what it was, I just know it was a craft. But hasn't done much. How's the cleansing process? It's fine. Hasn't hurt the frames at all, which is kind of not surprising. Expected at this point for me. Surprising for all of you, I think. But it's going. We are we initially dumped a bunch of lava over here, which was good. There's a few pockets now that are just full of lava, which is kind of scary. So I'll need to figure out how to deal with that. Or just ignore it forever. But this over here, these areas over here are in the process of burning up and getting lava-fied. All of this is now obsidian. Steam, as well as smoke. Down here is the water that's evaporating in real time, as well as turning into obsidian. There's going to be these little circular areas that don't turn into obsidian because we can't pour lava where they are, which is kind of funny. So there's going to be like little pockets of water that we can't cleanse, but that's okay, I think. And the lava's just slowly flowing. Ever so slowly. Last time you were here, she was 5 years ago? She was 5 years old? Oh, you're talking about Tygo. So I have this problem, Tygo, where I look for the first one and then forget that there's a young child with a sequel in the name because I look at the end. Anyway, yeah, no, your child is 8 years old. Not dead. Your original one is dead, so I am half right, but I forgot that I named a second one, so I checked the wrong half. But don't mind me. My brain's good. I can remember some things most of the time, generally, but details I forget. So yeah, your child is 8 years old. You are indeed correct. But the original Taiga, which is the one I was thinking of, did in fact die a while ago of old age. I was half correct. No, I was completely wrong. I shouldn't even be defending myself. I was entirely wrong. All right, we'll just let that burn for a little bit. Let's just quickly trade with the... Wow, I actually have some barrels left. That's interesting. I didn't even realize. I'm gonna trade with these elves now. Technically correct. Yeah, this is why I would not be a very good lawyer. Well, you see, I was technically correct. Technically. He probably was just living there and never got a birth certificate, because I'm sure the dwarves, you know, or humans are very good at giving birth certificates in Dwarf Fortress. So I'm sure he was living there, he just had no birth certificate. Wolf, pond turtle, weasel. Is that it? I feel like the elves may have fallen on hard times. They haven't been bringing me as much stuff lately. It's a total mystery. It's probably just when he phased. What was he doing when he phased into existence? Like, how many years was he known before he became a royal treasurer? Probably was just some random thieving murderer, just like most people in this world. Slash these worlds, you know? But yeah, no, in regards to me being technically correct, my memory has been particularly poor recently. I blame my brain just being all fuddled as of late, more than anything. There goes even more fire dripping onto that water. This is a glass of beer to drink from, and a pat on the head from Mum, I think. Chest nutrients also came from an unknown childhood. Hawk settled in 878, and then her in 179. How did Hawk die again? Was Hawk one of the ones that went insane? Or did Hawk just vanish? I can't remember with Hawk. Because if Hawk went insane and tried to kill us, okay, yeah, old age. Oh, maybe less. I'm kind of more curious about the ones that went nuts. It's like I wonder if like there was something happening at home, or if they were just kind of always that way, you know. I've already done quite a bit of cleansing. Not quite enough, but quite a bit. These cavern layers are going to be a lot cleaner once we're done. Although some of these webs seem to just burn for all eternity. They don't really affect the frame rate at all, but for some reason, certain spider webs just like to burn forever, which means theoretically you could maybe make a permanent fireplace. Yeah, like Tedgism. Like, what the fuck happened? What happened with Tedgism? You know? Why? Or even the dwarf Kavish. Like, what happened to Kavish? Like, were you in, like, was it, like, I want to know, like, was that dwarf embezzling funds, or was it just something that happened? Like, what causes an outpost liaison to go mad like that? I do wonder. Disco webs. Yeah, it's just like, you know, those RGB lights that they sell for way too much money now. It's like an RGB web, except it's a fire web. I'm sure someone would buy a fire web in real life. RGB fire webs, $700. Can find them behind a streamer somewhere on Twitch. After a great deal of stress? The real question is, what was the cause of stress? Like, we knew that he was stressed out because he was depressed every time he came to the fort, but, like, what caused that stress? That's what I want to know. Because the weirdest part is, like, I have guest bedrooms in the fort, right? You'd buy an image of a web on those acrylic things. You'd buy an image. What do you mean by acrylic lit acrylic things? Acrylic lit acrylic things. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I guess I need an example of what a lit acrylic thing is. Ah, cleansing flame. Should probably do another one up here. Like this? Oh. Oh yeah. No, you could definitely make that look like a web. No problem there. I don't know if I would buy one though. I like spiders, but the imagery of spider webs I don't like that much. I do think spiders are cool though. So many big monsters just getting burned up. Or monster corpses just getting burned up. This is the cleanest this cavern layer has been since we embarked, I think. And then once the fire goes away, we can actually, like, dig underneath this, which is going to be kind of cool. Mine out all of that obsidian, potentially. Or at the very least, some of it. Ooh, hey, stuff over here is burning now. Yay! Actually, where's that Forgotten Beast? I know for a fact that there's a Forgotten Beast in this layer. Yeah, there you are. This guy. This guy. Right up here. I wonder if lava can even get to you, where you're at. Ozub the Hellish. It's an enormous feathered snail. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Its feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly dust. Very curious to see if fire can even get to him. Actually, I don't think it can. Not where it is right now, anyway. We'll have to do some redirecting. But I could do some redirecting. We could get fire into this back area over here, which we probably definitely should do. Like, I could redirect this to over, like, here and just dump lava, like, up here or something. I think that's what we'll do next. But it's still spreading. It's still doing good work down here for right now, so we'll just let it keep doing its thing for a little bit. Wait, what? He died in 252, but killed him in... Wait, hold on a second. What? So, the treasurer killed Goffer in 280, which is correct, but died in 252. Are you using Legends Viewer, or are you just looking? Because someone should open that up in Legends Viewer. Now I'm really curious. Where the fuck did that person come from? Especially if he died in 252. Is it possible that it could have been like some weird disguised criminal? Like, because I know people can impersonate people. That is weird. Yeah, I mean, doppelgangers aren't a thing, but like you can impersonate people in Dwarf. I wonder if somebody was impersonating him. Extremely unlikely because, well, if it was a vampire, then I would have had people show up drained of blood. So no, it can't have been a vampire. And it's doubtful that it was an intelligent undead because, to my knowledge, there are no necromancers in this world. You finally found where Hawk was from? Any idea? All I'm saying is if anybody wants to go look at it in Legends Viewer and look up the person that he's looking for, that's the link. Should get Vin on the case. Vin's particularly good at that stuff. Another Crundle fell to its death. No. This is actually I'm not narcissist. Like this is not criminal fire here. This is entirely legal, legitimate cleaning solutions. This is actually just blind IRL cleaning solutions, featuring the most effective cleaning tool of all, lava, where we burn things to cleanse them with cleansing fire. It's very clean and efficient and effective. There we go. Forgotten Beast skeleton is burning. Tip number 1, pour lava on water. Tip number 2, run away. Tip number 3, burn thing with lava. Tip number 4, run away. Tip number 5, burn thing with lava. They just need to make human skulls out of better materials. Just more efficient materials, you know what I'm saying? It's, you know, this is like the equivalent of me cleaning the indoors inside of a McDonald's with a pressure washer, which I've done on many occasions. Just taken a full-size pressure washer indoors and pressure washed the floor and then pushed the water out the door with a broom. It's very intense steam cleaning. You thought remote instruction was a better solution than human schools, but not your call. I mean, maybe just burning the schools down might not necessarily be a bad idea. Please don't do that. I'm not suggesting violence. I will say that this is impressively efficient. Ooh. Oh, like they worked as food distribution? That's kind of neat. I don't know what they did here. Although, to be fair, I'm not very closely connected to the school system, so I would have no idea. I know that we do have school buses, and I have no idea what they were doing during the pandemic. It's kind of cool, actually. You had me worried for the first half of that sentence, and then less worried after reading the second half. That is really wholesome, though. It kind of reminds me of, unfortunately, it's closed now because the building needed to be renovated and they couldn't afford to renovate it, which is really sad. But there's a multicultural center, Fijian multicultural center. It's currently being rented out to a different company right now, but apparently they'll get it back afterwards. Anyway, because the other company paid for the renovations. But the Fijian multicultural center, which is kind of close to me, there's a couple of them, but the one that's close to me, they throughout the they used to always do like all-you-can-eat buffet, basically, every evening, where you would go and you could just go eat food. It was always there every evening. They'd have like rice and curry and other things that you could just go get for free. But throughout the pandemic, they couldn't do that, obviously, so instead it was free boxed lunches. So you'd literally just like walk up to the front door, line up, and they would just hand you a boxed lunch. Like, you get they would point at a thing. It had hand sanitizer. You get hand sanitizer, and they just hand you a box filled with rice and curry, and it was wonderful. I ate a lot of rice and curry the first like 6 weeks of the pandemic. It was great. Just go show up, get rice and curry, come home, eat rice and curry. Like I would end stream, walk a couple blocks up the street, get rice and curry, come home. How do I get rid of it? I turn the pumps off, Mika, and then the lava will just eventually evaporate. It'll flow off the map slowly. It's not that deep. It's a very thin layer of lava, so it'll cool off and turn to stone. But all I need to do to shut this off is turn off the pump stack, which is as simple as pulling a single lever, or pulling this lever, which will just raise the floodgate that'll go right there. That's all I need to do is pull a lever, and it'll all go away. Like this whole area over here was covered with lava at one point earlier today. Also, how you doing, Mika? Good to see you. Thanks for swinging by. Yeah, I think that my task for Friday is to make a new Patreon video and kind of a call to action, and then just be really sad when nobody watches it. that's I think that's my job for Friday, because Sunball streamer is gonna have a rough month, I think. The only thing that can be a bother here is obsidian plugging cave exits, but that won't happen to all of them. I mean, it's not going to plug the cave I mean, it can't plug all of the cave exits. It can plug some of them potentially, but not all of them. If that's even possible. Maybe there's like some unnamed roaming mercenary group that has different genetics from early world gen, potentially. I mean, doesn't the game also generate adventurers in quotes? I thought it does. I thought that the world gen can generate adventurers, which are the people that will show up and like demand artifacts from you and such. I thought that those were generated adventurers. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But has rendered you useless, could use some lava cleansing. I'm not sure that will help with a cold. I mean, it will help you stop being cold. Maybe too far in the other direction, though. I'm not certain that would actually be a helpful thing for a cold. What the heck is going on there? A lot of steam. I mean, that's like saying eat a clove of garlic. Which, by the way, if you have a cold, eat a bunch of garlic. I don't know if it helps, but it certainly makes your throat feel better in the short term. I think that's actually just like a wives' tale. A piece of advice is just feeling sick, have a cold, eat onions and garlic. It sure as hell makes other people stay away from you, which stops it from spreading. Although, chat, check these out. The dog got all excited, but no, this is not a dog treat. All right, so I splurged. These are fresh organic banana peppers. So not super spicy, but like, look at those. They're so tasty. Like every dinner I've had the past week has just been super hot. They're real nice. So I have 3 bags around this big. 2 of them are frozen though. Yeah, no, also, swivel the camera. Oh, dog left. Oh, there she goes. I was thinking maybe she'd come back, but no. About your outsider theory? I would almost post on like the Discord about it, like the Kit Fox Discord or Reddit even. So I'd be curious to hear if anybody else has theories because like that is very odd. Like a human coming from seemingly nowhere with seemingly completely different genetics than everybody else in their faction kind of makes not a lot of sense. For the 1000th time, they weren't a vampire. Just because a weird person arrives doesn't mean they're automatically a vampire. It just means that you don't listen or pay attention. They're a weird person that shouldn't be there. They're not a vampire. What does that have to do with anything, Diamond? You will be marinating spicy bell peppers, which your mom makes for at least a couple months before they're ready. Oh no! I feel that way about when I make spicy pickled eggs. I make pickled eggs every now and again because they're super easy and they're very tasty, but I don't really have the patience to properly pickle stuff. I make pickled eggs and then like they're supposed to sit in there for a couple weeks, and I just look at them and I'm like, it's been 10 days. Good enough. And then I just eat them. I get like halfway pickled eggs usually. Because I don't have the patience to properly pickle things. So I usually just freeze them and keep them fresh. Gotta fix that camera. Yeah, it doesn't quite have the, When the heck did I get a dog? It's not my dog, it's my parents' dog. That's Holly. She's, well, she was originally my little sister's dog, and then my little sister moved to Quebec and didn't take the dog. Her name's Holly. She's a medium-sized poodle. She just lives here. Currently. I'm taking care of her for a week or two, potentially a while, maybe indefinitely. We'll see what ends up happening. TLDR, I've been so depressed I haven't been able to do anything, let alone, like, take care of myself. So I need something to fixate on and take care of that's not me, because I'm incapable of taking care of myself when I'm super depressed. However, if I have another person around or a dog around or something else around, I just fixate on that thing and take care of that thing and forget that I'm depressed. So I've been borrowing my parents' dog for like a week. So I have a week's worth of food, so we'll check back in a couple of days and see what's up. Also, it's summer, meaning I can't do anything. But once but like at this time of year, it kind of makes sense to have me take care of the dog anyway, because my mom runs a business, right? She runs a school for young kids, and my dad works full-time / overtime this time of year usually, because this is busy season for him at work. So she only gets like a walk every other day if she's lucky. That's the top of her head. She only gets a walk every other day if she's lucky right now at home. But with me, I live at home, right? So I'm home all the day. I'm here all the time, and my mom's not in the house during the day, and my dad's out of the house. So it's like the difference between her being alone in the house all day and having me around at the very least. Plus, she gets 2 to 3 very long walks, and on my day off, 4, maybe 5 walks, which she really likes. So, plus, you know, believe it or not, she was around me a lot when she was younger, so she's quite fond of me. So she very much enjoys the time with me. So it's not a bad thing. We're both benefiting. Giant bat tooth. That's a very old giant bat tooth. Chat, can someone tell me how many years it takes for a tooth in Dwarf Fortress to get to almost like heavily worn? Like, does anybody know? Also, it was attacked by a giant bat at some point, or a serpent man, because there's serpent man venom on it. It's a mangled giant bat tooth. But I'm wondering how long. Wave depletion was found dead. Probably depression, I would guess. Man, that's unfortunate. Unless somebody killed him, but I don't see anybody fighting with him, so. R.I.P. wave depletion. Where even is the corpse? Oh, I see. A dwarf had already picked it up. Jack Norick got it. Man, that's a bummer. I've got a couple dwarves that are just super basket cases, and there's not much I can do about it. Because we're into early summer now. It's like if they're gonna go nuts, they're gonna go nuts. I had a bunch of dwarves born all around the same time that were all gripped by crippling shyness and nervous wrecks, which are really difficult to deal with once they start getting depressed. And because I had a tantruming outpost liaison and a tantruming royal treasurer at the same time, they would just show up, beat the crap out of my dwarves, and then leave, and it's done a number on the mental health of my fort. Which is unfortunate. Goodbye, wave depletion, we barely knew you. So we're down to 33. We barely knew ye. It's very unfortunate. We're still making pretty good progress, though. Seeker's throwing a tantrum. Where is Seeker? One level of wear every 100 years? Okay, so then... Yeah, so that tooth's been there for about 300 years then. That tooth that I saw burning has been there for about 300 years. The same thing happens for wooden beds and doors. So if you make wooden furniture, after 400 years, they will disappear. Same with beds. I had to replace all of my beds in this fort about 100 years ago because they were all, like, falling apart, essentially. Because Zero Tep Music, I'm not sure how much time you've watched this fort. Same with cages as well. I don't know how long and crafts. I don't know how long you've watched this fort, but the fort is 306 years old. This fortress. Whoa! Cheers, Anon. Diamond, you got a sub. Congrats. Shoutouts to anybody who got ad-free viewing there. Big thanks. I wonder if it's doing all 5. It's weird that it did 2. Nope, it is doing 5. Probably because it's anonymous. Thank you, Anon. Cheers. You just lurk. Enjoy your lurks, Zero Tep. Enjoy the lurks. There's several streamers I've watched for literally years and I've never said anything, so. It's the first gift sub of the day. And the first notification in 4 hours. Cheers. Thanks for helping this channel, which is on thin ice. Stay funded. Let's get back down to those cavern layers. In fact, let's make 400, or maybe not 400, 200 iron bins and limonite ore 300 and just go to the forges up here and let's make a bar/block stockpile set. Just bars and blocks worth of metal. And we're gonna jump up to, well, we're gonna do these one at a time. Let's get rid of all that. And get rid of all of that. We'll also need to do another one for ore. We'll use wheelbarrows to bring that stuff down a little quicker. And that's where we're going. So suddenly everybody's got work to do. Steam release this year? I don't think it'll happen this year. I think the Steam version will happen early next year. I'm thinking it's time to redirect this. Human caravan has arrived. I think I'm going to go easy on the trading this time. I'm just going to sell all of those damaged food barrels because those are wooden barrels, and like we were just talking about earlier, they also degrade over time. So we'll do easy trading this year. Well, thanks for keeping us back up at about 350 subs. Cheers to whoever chucked out those Anon subs. But yeah, no. Alongside of taking care of my parents' dog, I'm also keeping an eye on the SPCA for Vancouver. Um, for a small dog that would theoretically fit that I could take care of or adopt. Looks like no DF this year. Well, I'd like a small dog, Diamond. Because the pets that I would actually want, I can't get legally without some loopholes in an apartment building in BC. I'd actually want a snake. Um, the humans from the say greetings. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have? I would like metal. Thank you. Um, the thing is like where the pets I would actually like I can't really get here. I would like a snake, but legally I can't have a snake without just not telling my landlord. And the stress of having an animal like that here is kind of like the equivalent of, well, you know, and an animal's supposed to be a stress relief and a distraction, not a source of stress, and that's what having a snake would be for me. So I'm not getting a snake. So I'm just kind of looking for a small dog. I've owned enough cats in my life, and I love cats, but frankly, if I ever have to hear another cat meowing when I'm trying to sleep, I might blow a gasket in my brain and rupture a blood vessel and die. So I never want to own a cat again, at least not in an apartment. Um, but I would like a small dog. Preferably not a puppy. I don't want to have to train something. I want something that's like middle-aged, that's been through life and has kind of gotten past young dog phase. Because I can take care of dogs, I can train dogs, I can deal with stress issues in dogs. I don't want to have to deal with, you know, the hyperactivity of a puppy, because I don't have that kind of energy. But yeah, it also has to be something that my parents could care for with this one, in case I ever did travel and needed a dog sitter, or in case my parents travel and they need a dog sitter. So, uh, regardless, it needs to be a dog that gets along with other dogs, which just makes things difficult. So, the gold and white O's are mushroom trunks that are not flammable. The mushroom trunks that are not burnt down are not flammable. The tops of them that are gray are burnt. And Lumpy is tantruming a bunch and toppling a bunch of clothes shops. And I don't think anybody witnessed it. I have a couple problem dwarves, but fortunately none of them are strong enough to actually do any damage to other dwarves. Let's take a peek at that forge and see how it's running. Well, it's running. It's definitely running. Slowly, but it's running. 2 counts of vandalism against Lumpy the Second. $29 days in prison. Hallelujah. That's a lot of burning. The tops of the yellow mushroom caps burn. The white ones are fireproof, from what I can tell. At least when they're not cut down. But the tops of the yellow ones do burn down. The different mushrooms have different strengths, basically. But yeah, the brown bits, or the gray zeros are burnt. So it's these are the dead fungi wood trunks. So it burns the upper caps, but the trunks are pretty much fireproof. The very least fire resistant, you know. All right, I think it is pretty much time to seal this direction off. So let's pull that lever. Just get a dwarf down here to pull this lever. And then we just need to wait for it to drain out. And then we will dig or redirect this up higher and drop some lava up in this top area back here. Because as you can see, there's a couple corpses over here. Just a few, like 3 or 4. So we'll clean that spot out next. What was the project? This is the project, cleaning the caverns. We finished the main project, which is the lava tube, and now we have this lovely pump stack, and we have to find a use for it. So the use for it is dumping lava into the caverns to do our best to clean it out, at least the majority of it, so that theoretically the caverns could become inhabitable at some point. Then after that, I think I'm going to set up a functioning obsidian pump and start making obsidian, probably up on the surface somewhere. Let's also just go all the way up here and just turn the whole pump stack off. Actually, no, it's not up here. That's down here. Pump stack shut off. Carnival's fighting. Cool. Lumpy's getting chained up. Yeah, Cookie Clicker is an interesting clicker because a lot of clickers you can get away with just like letting it idle, whereas Cookie Clicker, if you are actively playing it, you do significantly better than if you just idle. So it's like, it's kind of funny because like a lot of people just cheat in Cookie Clicker, whereas like, sure, yeah, you could cheat in Cookie Clicker, but like you're going to be significantly more efficient if you're somewhat actively playing Cookie Clicker than if you cheat, which I think is quite funny. Because I know some people who are just like cheating in Cookie Clicker right now, and they're just like, how am I not that efficient? It's like, well, you see. Collect webs. But yeah, no, we are quite literally playing with fire right now. Quite literally. But, you know, we've dealt with a lot of these bodies so far. Curious which lever you're going to go pull. It evaporates. It dissipates. It's just like miasma. Over time, it just goes away. And now we just have to wait for someone else to come pull the other lever. Looks like Cosworth's also coming to do that. And then this is all going to drain out slowly. No, there's no gas pressure. Fortunately, DF doesn't have that level of insanity yet. Don't tell Tarn. I'll give him bad ideas. Actually, please tell Tarn, because I think that explosions with steam would be wonderful. Could you imagine just like opening a door and just getting blown backwards? I think that would be great. Absolutely great. And there we go. We've got the majority of the corpses on this side that I want to dealt with, which is good. We've still got large areas that we need to deal with, like down here and down here. This is going to be a multi-day project, I'm thinking. But I think we can get it done. I think that this is something that we can pretty easily do. Just with a little bit of creative deconstruction, you know? Yeah, I think that that's just a bug, the eternally burning cobwebs. It's definitely a bug I've seen before, and it's probably a bug I'll see again. Eternal Cobwebs of the Burning Mind. What is that, your new band name? Or your new, like, poetry compilation? Or is that a weed strain? What is that? Put that name in the mud. What, Eternal Cobwebs of the Burning Mind? Eternal Cobwebs could be a thing. It almost sounds like a Markov chain. Okay, so this will drain out. It won't take too long. Then once it's drained, we will just simply put a wall at the end of it and redirect it. Because we've seen how effective this method of just simply, you know... What is burning here? Of just simply pouring stuff in. Although, actually, I have a headcanon reason why the steam dissipates and doesn't build up pressure. Because these caves are not limited to these screens, right? Those edges where the caves just kind of touch the edge of the map, it keeps going, right? Like, in adventure mode, if you were to go to these caves, they would just keep going, and you could just keep walking, right? So, theoretically, this is not where the caves end, right? The caves keep going. So because of that... it's not actually the end of the caves. Also, look, the lava's already starting to go away. For the person who was asking what happens to the lava afterwards, I think it was Zero Tap Music. It's all just like slowly starting to dry up. There are going to be a few lava pools, though, because there's a few spots that, like, the water evaporated before lava touched it. So instead of turning into obsidian, it just we have little lava puddles now, which is kind of awesome. I don't know, little lava pools. Well, they're fine. As long as nobody trips and falls in them, which is very unlikely. Sup, Dragon Man? Underdog. Underdog. That's Underdog. The dog that's under my desk. Well, not. She's technically like next to my desk. That's Underdog. Hey, Dragon Man, what up? How's things? Also, how many people have bought Cookie Clicker here? And is it my fault? And if so, I'm sorry. But if it's my fault, let me know so that I can call that receipt a a tax deduction for $5. So you can play Scum? Oh, Scum! That's a game that they made. I forgot that game existed. No offense to that game directly. We are dumping a bunch of lava. Oh shit, I forgot about this Forgotten Beast. This Forgotten Beast was scary as shit. Ledo's salt. We are cleaning out the caverns with lava.
Hey blind Earl, you got me addicted to Conquest of Elysium 5 Crypt Nom.
Yo, it's good, isn't it? Like, as weird as that game looks, that game is so good. It's so good. Thank you very much for the 1 year of subscription, Oda Toda. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. And thanks for hanging out and supporting the stream. It goes a long way right now. Just cheers. Like, seriously. Any kind of support right now is very much appreciated. You've literally never used screw pumps? Really? Huh, well, now you know. To be fair, it took me like a week to get this system running. But I could have done it quicker if I played quicker, but... So you're a low-tech overlord, so you only use, like, wooden swords? And no drawbridges, and all you do is lock doors and drop rocks on things? No, that's draining. Dwarves are, a lot of them are, this is gonna cave adapt. So many dwarves. The process of moving everything underground. More advanced trap design? Well, once you use screw pumps, then you learn the joys of pouring lava on things. The thing about pump stacks that most people learn the hard way, and I did too, is if you want to pump lava, they have to be made out of lava-safe materials. So you have to make all of your gears out of iron or magma-safe rock or steel, or you have to make all of your pipes out of glass or steel or iron, and you have to make all of your screws out of glass, steel, or iron so that nothing falls apart immediately when it touches metal. Which is, like, I think some of the more common mistakes. A lot of people forget to do that. And then they end up with just, like, everything burning. What are these other ones that I have here? Galena, and silver nuggets. Are silver nuggets native silver? Let's find out. Yeah, I can't just smelt nuggets. I'm assuming it's native silver. Let's just give you all these jobs so you can go get work once you unsnap. Because quite literally all of these dwarves need these jobs. Because this is going to be the majority of what we're doing for the next long while. Because now suddenly we are uncapped with the amount of metalsmithing we can do. When previously we were capped because we were limited to the amount of wood that we had. But now that we don't need to worry about that, and wood is like quite literally only an artifact need now, we don't need to worry about having lots of wood around unless we need to make some soap. Okay, those are almost done. Let's say rose, gold, table, 20, rose, gold, throne. No, just regular gold throne. Gold throne, 40. I may have to make beds again. Not for a while. But, yes, eventually we'll have to make beds again. Not for like 200 years, though. Because I think I replaced all my beds about 50 years ago in game. Maybe 60. Is built on the idea that Longdeath buys wood. Well, everybody better start digging. Because we need metals that we can't access here. Bless you. Dog just sneezed. Yeah, you. Holly. Holly. Yeah, what's up? What's up? You okay? Yeah, you're okay. You want pets? I want to stretch first, too. She got head pats. We're just making very simple metal labor stuff to get everybody's metalworking skills up right now. This area looks so much cleaner now. Just look at all this. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So much more traversable, too. Bit apocalyptic, but so much more traversable. There's still blood encased in the stone. Just got to deal with all the corpses up there. A few more spots over here that are still full of bodies, but it is cleaning up nice and quick. I think this is lovely. What is burning there? Oh, there's this mangled troglodyte skeleton that's burning. Huh. Maybe I can drop a rock on it if it continues to cause trouble. You know, it's funny, Oda Toda resubbed 8 minutes ago and said Conquest of Elysium. It's been a little bit since I played Conquest of Elysium. I'm tempted to play some Conquest of Elysium. Might have to. Might have to go do some of that. I also need to do this spot right here, actually. I'm trying to decide what area should I do next. Should I do kind of like this bottom right area, chat, or the top right area? What do you guys think? Upper half of the map or lower half of the map first? Because I need to do both. What do you guys think, chat? upper half of the map or lower half of the map? Upper half of the map is this kind of super squiggly area. It'll be a little bit of work to try and figure out where the best spot to actually drop the lava will be. And then lower half is down here. What do you guys think, chat? Upper or lower? I mean, we could probably do both today. But upper will definitely be faster. I know approximately where I should drop the lava to, probably around here. So let's just start channeling or setting this up. I mean, it's not going to be that difficult. It's literally just going to be like right to here. And then we're going to do the exact same thing as before. Dwarves can't actually get to it yet, though. So it doesn't matter. Just yet, because this thing's still draining. Because we literally just need to put a wall at the top there. Dig over to there. Put in another fortification. Lock the door and turn the thing back on. Like, that's literally all we need to do. It's not like it's going to be a complicated task for this one. It's going to be basically quite literally the exact same process as what we did last time, so. And the new forges are up and running. Let's make some black bronze. Let's make 20 black bronze statues, I think. Let the metalworking begin. And switch it with some drawbridges. That would actually take longer than just waiting for the lava to evaporate. I'm going to be completely honest. It would take longer. This is going to take maybe a minute. Maybe not a minute, but like this is going to take tops 5 minutes. But by the time I set that all up, this will just be evaporated anyway. I'd rather just do the simple solution rather than potentially make a mistake with a more complicated solution. I'm actually kind of really excited because Odd Realm is getting an update on October 1st. I'm gonna ping the developer and see if he would want to pop on the stream or do another video after that. You watch old Longdeath VODs and you work at night, and it's genuinely crazy how much you can still find to do after hundreds of years in game. I mean, there are degrees of just me taking my sweet-ass time with this fortress. But yes, I mean, theoretically, you could build a whole new fortress on every layer, so. But thank you for watching those VODs, though, because, like, those VODs have actually turned out to be quite helpful in the long run. It's just, you know, back when I started uploading those VODs, it's kind of interesting because back when I first started uploading them, I had a couple people tell me straight up that, like, why are you doing this? This is a waste of time. No one's ever going to watch these. Like, quite literally. Other streamers and quite a lot of people were just like, you shouldn't, like, no one's going to watch those. And now it's funny because a couple of the people who were heavy naysayers about it are now doing the exact same thing with their save files and the games that they play. Because it's like, well, clearly people do watch them. I mean, part 1 of Longdeath has like 15,000 views now, almost 14,000 views. It's getting there. It's certainly not nothing. You know what I could do actually is I could pre-build the second tunnel, and instead of switching it with drawbridges like Darren suggested, just pre-build 2 floodgates. That's something I could do. So something I could do is I could go up to about here. And I'll have 1 and 2 lever. So I'll build 2 levers. I'll name one 1 and one 2. Or maybe up and one down. I'll just call them 1 and 2. Connect them accordingly, and then have everything pre-built. So I can just swap over to the second one instead of having to drain this twice. Also, I just realized I'm kind of screwing this up. And then we'll smooth and fortify that last bit. We'll push it out there. That'll do just fine. Is that what you were suggesting I do initially, Darren? If so, I totally misunderstood. Not trying to be that guy who's just like, yeah, I'll do the thing, assuming it's my idea. I'm not trying to be that person, but I think I kind of am. Ah. All right. Well, I'm that guy. Feels bad, man. Is Lumpy still in prison? No. I misunderstood. But yeah, this is going to be weirdly heartfelt potentially and kind of hard to explain, but I've watched or listened to thousands, and I'm not even exaggerating, thousands of hours worth of the Giant Bombcast at work. And that's a 3-hour podcast, and I've listened to every single episode of it twice, or up until about episode 500. They're in this 700s now. And I did that when I was working night shift. That podcast is ingrained in my life. And this is probably not going to happen for anybody, but I do genuinely wonder if there's going to be a couple of people who feel that way about Longdeath. Am I overthinking that, or... All right. Because I'm very connected to the Giant Bombcast emotionally. Just because of how much I've listened to it. Is what engraved? My love for the Giant Bombcast or something else? I honestly couldn't imagine what life would be like without... Oh, Longdeath is engraved in your mind? I'm so sorry. But it's I couldn't imagine what life would be like without the Giant Bombcast. And to a degree, I'll bet you some people probably feel the same way about Longdeath. It's I couldn't imagine what life would be like without the Giant Bombcast. Or I guess now the Nextlander podcast, which is like a bunch of guys who used to work at Giant Bomb who quit. What is the Giant Bombcast? Giant Bombcast is old video game journalists who've been in the industry for way too long talk about video games, the podcast. Hosted by Jeff Gerstmann, who's been reviewing video games since like the early 90s. Like reviewing video games professionally since he was like 16 or 17. And he's like in his 40s now. And there's a bunch, and the rest of them, the vast majority of like the original cast of Giant Bomb are like started either in the mid to late 90s or in the mid to early 2000s. A bunch of people have left, but like Jeff is still there, and a few of the other like pretty OGs are still there. And Nextlander, which is an offshoot, is 3 of the longest running guys who've been in the industry again since the early 2000s. So, I mean, Giant Bombcast started in 2007 when Jeff Gerstmann got fired from GameSpot for refusing to give a video game a good review, basically. It was one of the biggest or bigger scandals at the time in games media because he refused to give, I think it was Canyon Lynch 2, a good review. And so they fired him and made him apologize to the publisher. You know, yeah, that happened. Just go look up Jeff Gerstmann, Canyon Lynch 2 controversy, and you'll find it. For whatever it's worth, I played that game. It wasn't very good. I bought it for $2 on a Steam sale, so I don't feel too bad about it. It was all right. It was fine. It was unnecessarily edgy and not very well made, but Contra, yeah, like Contra Hardcore. The opposite of a Metroid. Squad. They've always wanted reviewers to just advertise games, don't they? Yeah, no, to a degree. But yeah, no, Giant Bomb is kind of they're kind of innovators in the industry because they were streaming on their website they were streaming video games on giantbomb.com in like 2008. So like they've been streaming since pre-Twitch. So that part is kind of neat. So they're some of the first live streams I watched. They were also putting videos on their website and on YouTube about video games in 2008, 2009. In my opinion, Giant Bomb is one of the more influential, even if they're not the most well-known portions of games media. Not going to overstay at all, not a chance. What, have you been here for like an hour or something and you're supposed to go to sleep? Hey, Finian. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. But yeah, no, Giant Bomb has been a massive influence on me and the way I talk about video games. But another thing about Giant Bomb that I think is also kind of interesting is like the games that they play and they like are the polar opposite of what I play and like, right? Like I enjoy, well, some of the hosts have similar-ish tastes to me, but generally like everybody at Giant Bomb, they're much more like they're talking about Deathloop right now, you know, like they're very much the kind of mainstream, for a long period of time was console focused. Now they're more PC focused because it's kind of blurred what's what, but like a lot of the time they'll just talk about console focused stuff. Actually, Diamond, you do know who Giant Bomb is. If you've seen this face. If you've ever seen this face, that's Drew Scanlon. And that's him on a giant bomb stream. So if you've ever seen that face, that's Giant Bomb. Drew Scanlon's biggest claim to fame. Which his response was, and he used it to do this, to promote his website, which is, Biking White Guy. He doesn't work at Giant Bomb anymore. He hasn't worked there in a while, but he raises money for MS research. Normally biking, but he's been streaming video games because pandemic stuff still. But yeah. And he's also on the F1 podcast that I listen to, Shift F1. I just got like 3 or 4 more pieces of lava that I need to have disappear. I mean, like, he had Biking White Guy previously, but like, when that meme went viral, he just used it to promote Biking White Guy. I think he actually renamed Biking White Guy. Because originally it was just like his name, but changed the website domain to Biking White Guy so that people would find it through Blinking White Guy. Which was what the meme was called. It was very funny when that all happened because he's just like, yeah, it's really weird. Like, I've got viral and there's people selling mugs with my face on it for some reason. But yeah, no. Giant Bomb is extremely influential, even if you don't necessarily know who they are. So, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Premium subscriber for a very long time. Also supporting Nextlander. Hey chat, if you guys had the option, what would you prefer? Odd Realm is releasing an update, hopefully on October 1st. Would you prefer I kidnap the developer and get him on my stream for a bit and do like an hour or 2 long live stream where I play the new race while talking to him? Or would you prefer I interview him behind the scenes and put together like a 15-minute long edited video about him? I'm just curious as to what your guys' immediate response is. Because the next update is putting out a whole new race for the game, which from what I can tell is quite literally like the robots from the Matrix. Like they seep energy out of like beings around them, which is kind of awesome. So they actually have to, like, in order to eat and feed themselves, they're gonna have to kidnap characters from other races and like seep energy out of them, which is gonna be interesting. So what would you guys prefer? Would you guys prefer just like a dev stream? Or would you prefer I put out a video with him? Because I could do either. I'm just kind of curious as to what you guys would prefer. If with a knee-jerk reaction. Might actually put up a poll on my Patreon. See what he'd prefer. You like the convos that then get cut up? The Tarn stuff doesn't actually get cut up that much. The Tarn stuff mostly just kind of gets the questions overlaid on top, and the few silences that there are cut out. The dog doesn't bite him or her because we need the game. I mean, the dog won't eat him. Oh, don't worry, it's fine. Although, ironically, with him, I probably could kidnap him because he does live in my city. It'd probably just be a train ride. I don't know how it would... you know, this is the one problem with being like disabled and unable to drive. Kidnapping is very difficult. It's really difficult to like actually like steal somebody from their home and sneak them somewhere else without like a trunk to jam them in, you know? All right. Stone, heads up. It's that time again. It's that time again. Chad, Blind, what did you do? Just, let me out. No. I'm pretty sure that'd be a pretty quick way to get me banned from Twitch. I don't know if Stone's here. Stone, are you present, or should I just screenshot this? No. Okay. You got it. Cool. Also seems like a small one. There's a cat in there, too. And a goose. I'm assuming you got it. It's average? Okay. Maybe it's because I'm more zoomed in. And... Alright, that should be reachable now. Yep, it is reachable. It's just a matter of somebody who can mine going and getting it. Now we just wait on the second one. Also, in regards to interviews, gonna pester Tarn to have him on the stream again. End of October, early November. Oh, that's a nice easy one. That's a very nice easy one. Very nice easy one. Hells yeah. Doop-a-doop. I'm assuming you got it. All right. Does buffalo cheese dressing go with buffalo wings? If you can find me a buffalo with wings, I'm sure they can. But I've never seen a buffalo with wings. Although necromancer experiments are kind of wild, so who knows? But I've never met a buffalo with wings. Especially a buffalo with wild wings. Most of the wings are quite tame. Well, as long as I have a dog. I mean, it's not really a dog cam. It's actually just a record player cam that I swivel to the right. Need a necromancer who loves BBQ? I mean, there are no necromancers in this world that I'm aware of, so... I don't know how we would achieve that. Buffalo might have... yeah, the buffalo might have to drink a certain Red Bull brand drink, yeah. That would give him wings, for sure. Say hi's back, Dragon Man. That's 69 dog cam. Doop-a-doop. Although, I don't know. Assuming I do end up getting a dog of my own, I probably won't do a ton with dog cams. I know that there's a lot of things where it's like, pay X money to give the pet a treat and all that stuff. I don't want to do that because it's very easy to overfeed. I don't want to create bad habits, you know? I have a dog because I need a mental health support animal. I don't have a dog because I want to make money with it. All right. I'm going to dig up that side. Then I'm going to need to put a fortification there. Then this side goes in. I'll let you guys follow this dwarf. I need to take a real quick restroom break. Chat, if you're lurking in the stream, can I get a round of beers? We haven't had enough reasons to do that today. I will be back in a sec. BRB.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
I return. Oh, hey. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Boom. Hi. Doop-a-doop. Dog is confused because I was up and petting her a minute ago and now I'm back at the computer. She's just like, what the fuck, man? Man, you guys kind of went nutso with all that. Cheers, guys. Thanks for humoring me and playing along with that stuff. All right, let's just make sure that everything ends up in the right place. And smooth. All right, that side is done. We'll do that. And then over on this side, we will do this almost exactly the same thing. Man, these dwarves are going to be busy. Busy. This right here. We're just gonna sell meals. I'm cheesing out on this until we're done with this lava pouring shenanigans. Corvius Suede is gonna go detail the wall. The first view of Longdeaths have high view, but the later ones have 200, so you know 200 people have seen it all. Potentially. It's hard to tell. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of them that have like random views from everything, but it's hard to say. Well, what I think is really interesting are the recurring commenters, the people who've commented on everyone. Talking with the Outpost Liaison. I was like, why is that not working? Because I hit caps lock instead of A. And Tulon Dumat says, farewell, Peter. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. They shall. They shall indeed. Really? You've watched a few of them twice? Thanks for the pennies in that case. Although we are in the worst season for YouTube ad revenue. YouTube ad revenue is lower than the rest of the year right now. Although it's about to start jumping up starting October because Christmas marketing starts to kick in. And when that happens, ad revenue spikes. Making sense. All that YouTube money. Well, I mean, to be clear, I'm not making nothing on YouTube. I mean, in the last 30 days, I made $99.93. Which is $40 less than usual. But still, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to complain. $99.93 is not nothing. It not nothing. I mean, that's when I do a watch along of Longdeath. I just rewatch my own stuff and recommentate it. I'm never gonna do that. I don't know. I know I've had some people ask when am I gonna like joke about me just starting over when the Steam version comes out, and that's not gonna happen. And I've also had some people ask when I will do it a second time, and probably eventually, like all things considered, probably eventually. It's one of those things where it's like, I mean, I don't see why not. Ow, I just got something in my eye. What the fuck? Or maybe like another shorter one. Had a conversation about working on the back of a sod harvesting tractor for $15 a day. I don't actually know what that means. What the heck is a sod harvesting tractor? I mean, I guess I could Google it. Nope. Because to me, it's all just common sense. Have a small number. Like, it would be a very short video. It's literally just have a small number of dwarves. Like, keep your population below 80, so you don't get invaded. And trade away everything you don't need. Like, literally, that's all that you need to do to keep a fort alive for a long time. Because if you allow invasions, eventually they will overpower you. Like, that's all that you really need to do is just have less than 80 dwarves. And then a lot of patience. Because honestly, I don't really want other people to attempt this. Like, to be completely honest with you, this isn't what I would consider fun. Like, Dwarf Fortress is really fun. But the way I play Longdeath is not particularly fun. The way I play Longdeath is very slow. It's very monotonous. It's quite boring in a lot of cases. The only reason it's interesting for me is because I have chat, right? Like, if I didn't have chat, this would be extremely boring. Like, the only other fortress that's lasted anywhere near this long is Sethados' Archcrystal, who resubbed earlier and was here earlier today, and is probably lurking. And Archcrystal took 6 years to complete. And Archcrystal made it to 500 years. So 6 years to get half as far as I'm planning to go. So I'm making way better time than Archcrystal. Getting to year 300 in just over a year. It's a chore? No, it's a show. You know, it's part of my job playing Longdeath. I wouldn't really recommend people try and do this. What I would recommend is maybe like, I mean, I'm not really speedrunning. What I would recommend is maybe try and keep a fort alive for 100 years. But 1,000 years? Nah, it's just bloody ridiculous. Unless, like, you almost play it like an idle game where you make it, do a few things, check a few things, trade, get up, go do other stuff. Like, then you could do it over a really long period of time. But realistically, I don't recommend other people do this. But what I do actually want to do at some point is I want to get Sethados into a voice call and do a video on designing, building, and running and telling the story of Archcrystal, which is a much more famous fort than Longdeath. And just kind of make a little video about what it's like to build such a long and old fort. I would like to do that at some point. Because like it's not really the optimal method of playing DF, I would say. I think that the most enjoyable method of playing DF is you build a fort, you play it for like 30 or so years, you retire the fort, you jump into an adventurer, you go adventuring for a bit, you retire the adventurer in a different fort, you start a new fort, you grab another you retire it, you start a new adventurer, you park some adventurers in that new fort, then you play that new fort for a bit more, and then you go to a different fort, you start a war with your old fort, like that kind of stuff. That's the best, the most enjoyment you'll get out of DF. Just keeping a fort like this for 1,000 years alive is slow and tedious in a lot of cases. So I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it, personally. So I guess that's kind of your should you have a fort alive, should you keep a fort alive for 1,000 years topic covered, because not really. I hope that sort of answers your question. But generally it's just be smart with your pathing and don't let dwarves get stuck in places, and you'll have a pretty okay time. You're practicing a craft right now, you weirdo. What? How are you restless after not being able to practice a craft when you're literally practicing a craft right now? So that's number 2 in place. How about number 1? Okay, 1 and 2 are both in place, so I can connect Nope. Don't want to do both of them. There we go. Linking number 1. Lumpy's going into a tantrum. That's fine. We're making pretty good progress. I mean, the lava lamp is pretty dwarfy. That much is for sure. That lava lamp is indeed quite dwarfy. But yeah, no, I mean, it sounds silly, but you know, like genuinely, I wouldn't be doing this, not at this scale, if it wasn't for people supporting this stream and watching the stream and hanging out in the chat and talking, because I have the coolest job in the world. Twitch doesn't want me to have the coolest job in the world, but you guys allow me to have the coolest job in the world, so thank you for that, chat. I'm gonna have to, put Lumpy back in prison, methinks. I'm gonna do this job as long as I goddamn can. I'm just trading for all of the metal. I missed some, I realized. No, I'm not going back. Oh, right, yeah, it's just dwarves. Those are the other two. There we go. Got everything we needed. Remove you. Follow them while they're linking buildings to trigger. And 2 more counts of disorderly conduct against Lumpy. Dwarf number 1 and Dwarf number 2 both come down. And then we can do this again. Who's excited for more cleansing, chat? Because we're about to have more cleansing. This is going to be a slightly different visual, because instead of dropping it from really high up, it's just going to flow straight out into the caverns. More fire. More fire. Hells yeah. Burninate, yeah. Burninate the world. Or in this case, the underworld. Wait, what? I was gonna say, did that get connected? I don't think it did. This really becomes the best option? I mean, you could say that, yes. I'm gonna pull that lever once the other half is hooked up. There's a few more parts of the caverns I still would like to clean, but we'll do that on another day. And then we get to figure out what the heck we're going to do in the caverns, because, you know, now that we have access to it, we might as well, you know, make something out of them, right? Once we've got them all cleaned, anyway. I mean, I can't exactly nuke the caverns from our orbit, that's for sure. That's disappointing. Job got canceled. We need someone else to do it. Well, Cyrlac finished the other one, so that's good. Now I just need somebody else to finish. Ah, Peter's on it. That's good. That'll work. Question is, where are you actually going? Is there a mechanism down here already? Someone must have dropped the mechanism in this hallway. Ooh. I'm sorry, Ryan. We're about to do more burning, so that part's fun. I don't know if you were here earlier for the earlier burnings, but we are doing the burnings now. Or we're going to do the burnings in a minute. We're going to try and burn, both have 2 more large chunks of the caverns today. Using lava. So since that's done, we'll pull that. I will cancel the pulling of that. We'll do the lower half first. And then it's just a matter of this dwarf finishing their job, and then after that we can just hook everything up and be good to go. Aside from fever, how you doing though, Ryan? Feeling okay? Uh-oh. Holly, calm down. It's fine. There's I think it's a miniature. It's a miniature poodle, I think, or a pom pom. There's a something. It's about this big, and it lives up on the top floor. And sometimes the owner leaves the door open. And it has a tendency to just stick its head outside and go bark, 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 kind of indefinitely. It just sits there and makes dog sounds all the time. Usually when the owner isn't there, and it just sits there and it just barks really loudly, making dog sounds. You know, exactly, dog sounds. And it's kind of obnoxious, and I don't really like it, but it sometimes wakes me up in the middle of the night too. Anyway, it decided to make dog sounds, and my door was open, letting some fresh air in, and you know, obviously my dog hears it. Holly is what's called a moyenne poodle, which is I guess fancy for medium poodle. So she's a medium well poodle, not a rare poodle, just a medium well. You know, she's lovely. All right, so I think that's both the levers done. It's both the levers done. Laku the Doru. Blaku the Doru. Just make sure there's no dwarfs anywhere in here. Otherwise, we'll have a fried dwarf. And I got 2 tantrumers. I might just expel them both. I'm kind of getting tired of them. Pull this lever. And pull that lever. It wasn't even scary delivery people. It was literally the demonic pom-pom from the top floor. Axon. She's now back, but she's like, what was that? Scary dog sounds. Yeah, you. Oh, good lord. Isn't she? Aw. She's picked a good spot to sleep, too. It's right next to the record player. Right next to my laundry. I need to, like, figure out a better spot for my laundry if she keeps sleeping there. She's a medium, like I said, she's a medium-sized poodle. Oh, it is that sudden dog sound. There's a something. It's about this big. And it lives up on the top floor. And sometimes the owner leaves the door open. And it has a tendency to just stick its head outside and go bark, 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 kind of indefinitely. It just sits there and makes dog sounds all the time. Someone should just clip me saying bark repeatedly and make that a sound command. And we'll make that exclamation point dog sounds. Someone do that. If someone does it, I'll totally use it. All right, so 1 disorderly conduct against Seeker. What? I thought I said pull that. Oh, I did. I'm just a big idiot and pulled the wrong lever. I was too distracted by dog sounds. Although I will say this, dog sounds significantly easier to shut the fuck up than cat sounds. Cat sounds just kind of go on indefinitely, whereas dog sounds, you just ask them nicely and they quiet down usually. Oh no, it's a fine lever to just randomly pull. Dwarf? Oh, caveman crafting's coming to get it. Nope, not you. There you are. Pull the lever, cave. Wrong lever. Yeah, all right, so now it's going to take a little while because it's going to have to fill up the lava on the top side in order to go down bottom side, but because it's going to need to fill all the way up to here before it can go the other way, but should go pretty quick, I would think. You are? Well, I'm thinking about actually adopting a dog. I think I mentioned this to you yesterday, but when we were recording, or the day before yesterday. When did we record an episode? I actually can't remember. I think it was actually no, it was my day off, so it was 2 days ago. Yeah, initially this is going to take a little bit. And then after the initial little bit, it'll be significantly more efficient. Although, actually it's pretty full, so it should be fine. And here goes the burning. May the burning continue. Glorious burning. Although, like I said, it's going to need to fill topside up as well, so it's not going to get here as quickly as it would otherwise. Otherwise, it would probably be like full instead of like half full. Allow the burning must continue. The burning must go on. And then hopefully, like this used to be an ocean. Now it's all just obsidian, which is kind of lovely if you ask me. It's kind of lovely. Now we just need to pump some water on it and we'll get rid of the last of the lava. We may also need to go this way again at some point, but... So this is going to pump over here and then go down to here. And hopefully burn all this stuff up down here. And it go! It's going to take a little bit, though. Is the lava up top yet? No, not even close, jeez. I still got a ways to go. Spotty? Why does it look spotty? Oh, it's probably because there's boulders. They're gabbro boulders. The boulders don't actually affect the flow at all. They're just there. I could hide them if you want. I mean, the reason the speed is slow is because it's filling the top half as well. But it's going to go down to here, and then it's going to hit the floodgate, and then it'll just pile up, and it'll be fine. No, you're seeing boulders. Those are boulders. They're fine. They don't affect the flow speed at all. If the dog is explicit? Pupper too hot, apparently. Oh, did you send me a thing? Cooler sent me a thing. Give me a second. Open folder. Neutron sounds. I'm just going to call this command dog sounds. Actually, you know, I'm just going to call it bark. Just 'cause it's easier. Easier to remember, even though it's less funny for me. There you go. I don't know what's going to happen or how loud it's going to be, but it should work. Cooler beat you to it. Oh, unless you're sending me a picture of a dog. Aww. I'm not going to share it because there's a person in that. That's a cute dog. I don't know if it's loud enough or if it's too quiet, but there you go. I can show it? Okay. Ryan's new addition to the family. Oh, shit! We have a new child in the fort. That's adorable. All right. Who was it? Flycut, the merchant has given birth to a girl. Would anybody like to be that brand new baby girl? Named Catan, who's definitely not a settler. Little dog in a quiet village. Diamond, when was the last time you had a dwarf? Does Axon want it? You don't know. That's a good... Like, I know you've had one before, but it was a long time ago. I'm kind of thinking about just giving it to Diamond, because Diamond's here all the time. Are you okay with that, Diamond? Yeah, Diamond Destruct was a
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Diamond Destruct 2. She is the daughter of Thightcut and Cog, and she is a casual worshipper of Shin Rusted Hammer, the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of the Fuchsia. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has a scratchy voice and an angular chin, and her nose is extremely narrow. Her lips are thick, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. I have a lot of things click and cookie clicker all of a sudden. Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. All right. And her... Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed, and her skin is sandy tau. Her eyes are cobalt. She likes horn silver, copper, cherry, opal, giant osprey, tooth, spears, and figurines, and anvils, and glum prongs for their what nows? For their living shadows. What the heck's a glum prong? When possible, she prefers to consume rambutan wine and dwarven sugar, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You got a sweet tooth. She personally values cunning and dreams of creating a great work of art. She is an overinflated sense of self-worth because she's a baby. She's an optimist. Well, that's interesting because she's a baby. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation and is unfriendly. All right. And disagreeable. She is bothered by this since she values friendship. sounds like a baby. She is grateful when others help her out, well, because she's a baby, and she tries to return favors, not very effectively because she's a baby. She tries to she isn't particularly interested in what others think of her and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. I have a feeling you're a hard baby. You probably cry a lot. She likes to take it easy, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She is quick to anger, and she has a greedy streak. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, it's all about how you read it, right? It either makes absolutely no sense why a child would think that way, or it makes perfect sense. Right, actually, I think we've been over that before. Cooler. Because I've seen Glumprongs before, but they just have, I just think of them as evil trees. No, game's paused. I was like, why is nothing moving? Ah, cleansing fire. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Cool. Topside's almost full. That'll speed things up significantly. Who is your mother? Thigh cut and cog. Thigh cut. Thigh cut's your mumsy. We still got a lot more burninating to do before it'll be reasonable to come down here. Oh, right, yeah, that coral beast. So Cog would be your dad. There we go. Top side is filling. It should fill pretty quick, I would think. Ah, the beauty of cleansing fire. Problem is this stuff's gonna flow off the map pretty quick. Oh, hey! What the heck is that? That blue stuff. Huh. I saw an explosion of blue. Yeah, there it is again. Let's see if I can move one turn at a time and get an examination of it. Maybe not. Is it maybe just really hot fire? I've never seen blue fire before. Interesting. And why do you see lava everywhere? Did you look at the title, Packers? We are cleansing the caverns. We already did this area up here and also this area down here. If you remember, the caverns were filled with corpses similar to this area up here, just because they've been uninhabited for so long. So we are, and because we finished the lava tube, we have this big old pump stack going from the center of the earth all the way up through. So we are redirecting it into the caverns in various spots to burn most of the corpses. So theoretically, in the future, it'll be possible for us to inhabit and conquer the caverns. Currently, the caverns are more or less unconquerable. I like how it just says no there in the corner because of the Forgotten Beast and the and the Olm. So we are cleansing the caverns from all of the corpses so that because previously when we dug through the caverns to build the glass tube, there was so many bodies almost instantly the dwarves started tantruming. Like literally there was hundreds of bodies with an eyesight, which it was like worse potentially than a after a fight because there was so many corpses, so much so many giblets and giblets and bits and pieces and things and vomit and dead corpses and all that stuff. So we are literally just dumping lava into here to cleanse as much of it as possible. And once again proving dumping lava at fire doesn't affect frame rate at all, actually, which is kind of nice. So that's what we're doing. We are basically cleaning the caverns efficiently, I will say. And also, you know, this was all filled with corpses and water initially. Now it's all just obsidian with a few lava pools. So why is there lava everywhere? Because we're being dwarfy. I've had some people actually accuse Longdeath of not being dwarfy enough. Like, we're not doing dwarfy enough things. So if this isn't dwarfy, I don't know what is. I made a giant bong full of lava, and now we're dumping lava everywhere. Oh, I mean, I've seen blue fire before too. I used to have a lighter that a butane torch lighter that could that made blue flames. Definitely not because drugs. I don't know what you're talking about. In my cupboard, Ryan. Only a human would ponder if something is dwarfy enough. Dwarves are dwarves. Yeah, I agree. Certainly nothing you would see at IKEA. You know, now I just want to see a bunch of lava flowing through an IKEA splooge. I mean, there is hemp in Dwarf Fortress Packer. Dwarves just don't smoke anything in the current version. Which is actually one of my biggest complaints. I personally feel that dwarves should be able to smoke. Oh, there's more fire. And a bunch of water is now suddenly evaporating. Look at that. It's going to suck everything in. I mean, they could just smoke out their enemies, technically. I'm sure there's smokers in the kitchens, too. Must be doable with some lava and some engineering is the most dwarfy thing you can come up with. Yeah, totally. Gold Poke. How you doing, by the way? How's school been over there, Gold Poke? If I can ask. More lava! A lot of the Forgotten Beast corpses seem to be, at the very least, magma resistant. Whoa! Shit's burning! You know, when people try and tell you that Dwarf Fortress isn't a pretty looking video game, just look at this. This is beautiful.
I have been busy for your streams, but I have been very much enjoying your YouTube content.
Glad somebody does. Leave a like when you watch stuff. Thank you very much, seriously. And thanks for that Prime sub. It's actually, if you're watching Longdeath and stuff on YouTube, eventually you're gonna kind of get to a point where I start bitching a whole lot about Twitch problems, because Twitch has made some changes, which is making the streaming stuff very difficult, kind of overnight, which is gonna make the next like 6 months of streams a little bit of a question mark for me, but we should be okay though, I think. It's just kind of scary. Thanks for the primary sub. Welcome back for a 7th month. Enjoy the ad-free viewing when you're here. Cheers. But thanks for watching the stuff on YouTube. Regardless of which part of the YouTube stuff you watch. A lot of sick days because almost no people have been in contact with any infectious diseases for at least a year and a half. Oh, like, you mean people are going to school, getting a cold, and then staying home kind of shit? Hey, at least they're staying home. That part's nice. bark, 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 bark. Oh, it's all. Why is that your bad? No, that's your good. You got gifted a sub. It's fine. Anonymous gifted it to you, so I couldn't even tell you who did it. Someone named Ann Ani Mouse. Not yourself, Ryan. Wait. Ryan, were you there when I found that on archive.org and we all just cried laughing? I think you were in the call for that, weren't you? It was too goddamn funny. Because for anybody who doesn't know, !nut for patrons and tier 2 subs is literally like an instructional children's video about a chipmunk that I found on archive.org. And there's just this line where he goes, see how he bites off the shell to get at the nut? See how he peels back the shell to get at the tasty flesh within the nut? It's just the funniest shit. It's way too goddamn funny. I could have, like, clipped that entire informational video, but that was just the best one I could come out with.
Primeval's up, you fuck.
You know it. It's been all this time, and the irony, Ryan, is that the Primeval is still up, you fuck. Everyone's immunities are gone? Yeah, well. Is what it is, right? Is what it is. Also, while we're saving. Well, camera's a little bit too... I woke her up, moving the camera. Go back to sleep, silly. Go back to sleep. It's fine. Bark, 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 bark. Careful, if you do that too loud, she might bark back. Bark, 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 bark. That was me moving the camera. It was also kind of funny when my mom was dropping the dog off on Sunday. She was just like, you're going to stream a lot of the dog, aren't you? I was like, yeah, probably. And she's like, guess what? You're going to be famous and you have no idea. Not really, but... There will be people staring at you. She has very emotive ears. You say her name and her ears perk up. Fire up top, fire on the bottom. I think I'm going to open the top side drain as well, because they're both full, so. Let's pull this lever too. Get even more fire going. It's time to pull the lever, Crunk. How old is she? I'm actually not sure. I'd have to ask my mom. I think she's, because like I can't remember what year we got her, but I think she's about like 8, somewhere between like 9 and 10. She's getting up there. She's on the older end for a dog. Ryan, did I ever send you that video of punk bands saying the word tonight for 5 minutes? It's just like a montage of different pop punk bands going tonight. Just reminding, remembering that because of the Gates of Hell nonsense you guys are putting in chat. All right, so there is a Forgotten Beast right here. We'll see if we could just burninate it, because that would be helpful, frankly. But I need this to spread a little more. The word tonight has to be one of the most overused lyrics in music. Actually, now I'm curious. I wonder if there's a statistic of the most commonly used word in pop music. What do you mean nowhere near the power of a cat? Oh, also, some of that water is gonna, or lava is gonna get poured down here probably, which I actually, yeah, which goes directly down into the lower cavern layer. So I'm gonna be dumping some lava down into the lower cavern layer too, which is gonna be kind of funny. Is it gonna burn up? Electric Six. Electric Six is coming to Vancouver, actually. They're going to do a show at the Rickshaw. That's one of those shows where I'm like, should I go? Huh. I don't know. And you know what? I don't. I do not know if I should go. Okay. Words that are not like I, the, you, and, we, it, them. You'd go? I don't know how much actually, when is the show? That's the real question. Rickshaw Theater. When is Electric Six coming to Vancouver? I mean, the one that I'm really heavily debating is Anti-Flag, which is October 14th. But Polyrhythmics is also coming. That would be a fun show, which is also on the maybe list. I'm not seeing it here now. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's not until April 28th, 2022. Yeah, that's not for a while. Yeah, I can snooze on that one. Don't need to worry about that. Fire hasn't really burnt up much. Might need to reroute it again. Let's close the lower half. As this is pretty effective, I think, but we'll continue this side a little later. That's no fun. It's people need to get better at collecting better data, you know? I want to know, like what, like, okay, here's a fun question. What is the most common curse word used in pop music? You found some interesting data? Ooh. Interesting data me like. Okay, so that's now blocked, which means this side should accelerate, and it already has. It most definitely already has. I'm just hoping some fire burns up and gets up to this side, so we can burn that Forgotten Beast dead. Love is the most common word. People are boring, you know that, chat? Actually, I'll bet you that the least common word would probably be more interesting. Life is the most common heavy metal word? Life. Huh. That's kind of interesting. I didn't really expect that one. I don't know why, but... Section of cavern has collapsed. Oh, from the ice, duh. Cleansing fire. Man, this is really, truly, honestly, the fastest way to clean up a big-ass mess in DF. Just dump a bunch of lava on it. Problem is, it's just flowing off the map. Or a bunch of it is. Man, a body just exploded, and it was enough of a force to push this corpse over. A body or something caught fire there, and it pushed this corpse away. That's wild. For curse words? Is that fuck wins by a most serious margin? I was kind of expecting it to be like, damn, or like one of the less serious swear words. You know? But, huh. I could probably guess what the most commonly used curse word would be in R&B and rap, though, which is a word I can't say because that'll get me banned. It's the word most commonly used in heated gamer moments. Damn is about 10,000? Really? So for every 3 times someone says fuck, you know, it's probably just like weighed heavy by like songs that just say fuck a lot. You know what I mean? It's like they either don't say fuck very often or they say fuck a whole lot. I'm also kind of surprised that ass isn't higher on that list. Especially because of that one song. I can't remember who wrote it, which is just ass, 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 if anybody remembers that song. That, like, choice hit. Game is up, and gamer word is up there. Gamer word. That's the second most commonly used word is rap. Oh, fucking course, fuck. When you say fuck, you can't help saying fuck a lot more. Fuck. Not enough ass. Okay, I guess that if I ever run for any kind of parliament, yay! They caught the trees up here on fire. Hallelujah. If I ever run for any kind of political office, my stance is that we need to use the word ass in pop music more often. The world needs more ass. I think that you guys can agree, right? What? Did they remove if and the and what? I don't get it. Less fuck, more just ass. Yeah, exactly. More ass. As long as you need the word ass more. Maybe it's just hard to rhyme with ass is the problem. It seems full of it these days, but just ass. No, that's just people making an ass of themselves. That's totally different. This whole area is just filling up with lava. It's kind of impressive. Also, it's early winter. I wonder, has the water frozen? Okay, so I'm sad. Lava here does not thaw out the snow right there. I had some people tell me that if it's 1 block away, the heat from the lava will melt out the water, and it is wrong. It does not. By this metric, fuck is the 221st most popular word in pop music. I love it. I love it. What's the 222nd most popular word in pop music? What is one below fuck? And I also want to know what's one above fuck. Move? Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Move being one below fuck. I mean, it's a sentence. Move to fuck. Reality is very boring. Can't confirm. This is why, like, a lot of adults are really depressed, is because, like, they spend all their childhood with super busy schedules, and then they grow up and it's like, oh, I get to do the same thing for the next 70 years. Wake up, drink coffee, go to work, come home, piss, shit, sleep. This is from 2011? I'll bet you there's a more recent study, but I can't believe it'll have changed much. I'll bet you, like, the word that starts with R and sound and rhymes with I detarded is probably less used than it was back then. Yeet. Ayo, what up, dude? We are cleaning the caverns with cleansing fire. You just fell asleep in your chair? That's what having a fever will do. Cleaning the caverns with cleansing fire. And you know what? It's glorious. It is absolutely... Oh, hey. There's some very confused naked Moldogs here. They're like, what the fuck, man? The hell's going on? Look at all this shit. Holy crap. Oh my god, look at all of this lava. Where did all this come from? Why is it so hot in here? Ah! Anyway. Hobo woke you up? Well. Now you can just go back to sleep and be like the dog. Also, Hobo, I should probably notify you because we only just added it. There's a new sub sound. Bark, 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 bark. Yeah, there's a new, oh shit. We are pouring lava down into the lower caverns now. How much more until you 100% that game, Squawk? No, you're bad again. Did you take a break to click cookies? I mean, it is a known fact that clicking cookies makes you worse at video games, so. I'm just over here starting a Grandmam apocalypse. What, on Cookie Clicker or in Oh, is there an achievement for like getting to the apocalypse without clicking a cookie? But can you click like the weird tumors that grow on the cookie? That seems kind of counterproductive. Is it 1 million without clicking? That's not too bad. I haven't actually, I'll be completely honest with you, I haven't looked at the achievements at all for Cookie Clicker. That seems totally doable. Although, wait. Oh, yeah, I guess you just need to have enough legacy stuff so that you start generating cookies immediately. Oh, really? How do you do that? Serious question. How the heck do you do that? Because you have to click a few times to start. Are you allowed to wait until you get the first mouse, at least? Wait for golden cookie? Oh. No, that's the... Okay, no, that makes sense. I thought that those counted as cookies. But, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I haven't looked at the achievements at all. Then just idle. Well, I'll have to do that. Only big cook is no clicky cook. Gotcha. This is way too funny to me that there's just like this... That we're just dumping lava down into the lower cavern layers. I'll probably never actually see it. But eventually lava might show up down here. Might. I should just let this lava pump and run for a while. See where it ends up. Regardless, though, this is making good progress. You're gonna do one build with no upgrades while you're at it? Yeah, I mean, you might as well. But yeah, I'm not strictly achievement hunting, I'm still just playing. No point in like clearing my save until I'm satisfied. Bought a bunch of time machines on the topic of. Oh, you can select it after you assign? Alright. I mean, you know more about Cookie Clicker than I do, clearly, at this point. But that tends to be the case with video games, is you actually, like, read stuff and pay attention. I just play the games that I'm not streaming casually, so... Achievements equal milk equal more cookies. This is true. For me, it's just background entertainment, so I don't pay attention to stuff like that until I actually start achievement hunting, and I don't start achievement hunting until I've just kind of organically got a lot. And I also haven't played Cookie Clicker in like 5 years, so it's changed a lot. Ascending didn't have that whole tech tree the last time I played. It didn't have any of that stuff. So the game's changed a whole lot since I last played it. That's not bad at all, though. This side is almost cleared. There's a few corpses that haven't caught fire yet, which I think is odd. I know that bones do burn, but some of them just aren't. I'm also kind of sad that these upper trees didn't catch fire much. You know what? Really want to know where that fire is going. I actually picked a really bad time to decide to go on vacation. Because, like, when I scheduled that vacation, I had a lot more stability and certainty with, like, my stream that I've now lost. So it's like, if I knew that Twitch was going to completely change how auto hosts work, I probably wouldn't have gone on vacation. But here we are. So I'm still doing it now because I've booked hotels and I ain't canceling shit. So. Downstairs. Nope. Downstairs. Up downstairs. There we go. We'll go down to about here. How did I manage to make that into a marker? I don't want to make that into a marker. I just want to make that standard. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing this, let's remove all of this. Go here. Down to here. Over to there. And an upstairs. I hope I don't run into Cavern, but if I do, I'll see where it's going. I just want to know where the lava's going. I'm just curious. Curiosity killed the streamer, clearly. My mom's texting me. All right. Now we wait. Let's see where this goes. Doubtful. Doubtful. I mean, possible, but doubtful. You know, chat, I've talked about this before. I really don't want a puppy, right? But, like, I think somebody just abandoned a whole litter of Border Collie puppies. These fuckers are adorable. I don't want one, but they are adorable. There's like 50 of them right now. They're all up in North Van. There's so many. They all popped up this morning. No, I don't want one. Because I don't want a dog that's going to be as big as a border collie adult. It's too big. They're just cute to look at, you know? It's sort of like a Ferrari. It's like, oh, that's a cool looking car. I don't want one though. Fuck that noise. Still a cool looking car, but I have no desire to ever own one. They need tons of room. It wouldn't fit in an apartment. They need it. Collies are one of those dogs where they need a yard. You know, any dog that needs a yard, I can't do. My mom's still texting me. It's my mom. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I told my mom that about 50 border collie puppies popped up. I'm like, but I don't want a puppy. And she's like, you don't want a border collie puppy. They use too much energy. I'm like, yeah, I know. Chat. Okay, hold on. Chat says hi. Just give me a second. Chat says hi, because I don't feel like typing it. There you go. Oh, we wait for this Dwarf to dig. Speaking of dogs. Dog. Oh no, we located Wormstone. Well, she's. Run around, Dwarf. Oh, you're gonna go get a drink anyway? Well, that works. Bark yourself. Did I make the stone worm? Yes, with my own lava. The lava below is what's making it worm. I mean, I definitely put this lava here, so yes, it's absolutely me. 100% me! But I have to dig out over top of it in order to find out where... You know what, actually, let's go this way instead. This will be easier. Alright. Is there literally no dwarves that can dig? Let's make a dwarf available to dig. My mom says hi. Also, chat, what should we do tonight? More star crawlers? Because that's kind of my plan, was to do more star crawlers. But 2 people have said Conquest of Elysium out loud in my chat tonight, so I'm kind of thinking maybe Conquest of Elysium. Probably star crawlers, though. That's a funky looking emote, Hobo. What was that from? Oh, it's from the fucking GlitchCon. Which they didn't do this year yet, now that I think about it. Do you think they're going to do GlitchCon again? Because, like, Twitch sent out this very funky survey a couple of weeks ago that was just, hey, we're surveying Twitch partners. Would you consider appearing at live events? And it was basically just like a bunch of questions about how comfortable I am, about how comfortable you are in crowds, if you've been vaccinated, and whether or not you'd consider showing up for a live event in the future. I'm sitting here going like, Twitch is poking for TwitchCon to see if that's a viable option. Which is kind of funny in my opinion, but you know. Also, you know what? Let's just go up. Let's just go up and over. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. There you go. That'll work. So I don't need to worry about warm stone anymore. I just need to wait for a dwarf to come do it. Now we wait. Wait and wait. Is there a dwarf that's coming to dig? If so, where are you? I don't see a dwarf with the dig job. Although it should be the carve ramp, not dig. Oh, there you are. So now we're going to go up and over the warm stone so that we don't need to worry about it. So we should just go up and over. And I could just do this on this side. I think it's time to sit down. What do you think, Chad? We'll sit down. All right, let's see where that stone's going. Let's see where that stone's, why that stone is warm. We're also, you know, doing a ton of smelting still. Shit ton of ore smelting. So this dwarf is going to dig down to approximately where the lava's going. And then from there, I'm going to poke a hole. We're going to go take a look. We're going to see where it's going. See exactly where it's landing, potentially. Because I am just straight up dumping lava down into the lower cavern layer, which is, I still think, kind of hilarious. So we're going to find out where that lava's going. Do some dwarven scouting. I'm just going to get rid of this. Let's see, get rid of this corner so that I don't accidentally lose the job on this one dwarf. Also, chat, we're kind of lurky. Could I get a round of beers in the chat? Just curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. one of the side effects about the drop in viewership that I'm looking at resolving is I might just end up streaming 6 days a week again. Elon Musk is sending 4 peeps up in a big space dick. Well, look, it sounds like something Elon would do. But something that I might end up doing is that, even though, like, in the past it was terrible for my mental health, and will probably be terrible again in the future, I might need to stream more again because I need to pay bills. And because I now have half of the traffic coming into my channel every day, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm realizing that I might need to just go back to 6 days or 7 days a week. So I need to get that traffic from elsewhere. If I'm not getting it organically through Twitch, I gotta get it some other way. So I might start streaming more again. It's much nicer having 2 days off, but we'll see. Might pick Mondays back up. I'll look into it. Can we start calling Bezos Bozos? I saw somebody call Bezos Bozos, and it made me laugh. I'm sure Animal could drop a link to the space dick. It's kind of the same if you squint. Yeah, well, I just saw someone say Bezos, Jeff Bezos, more like Jeff Bozo, because he's a big bozo. So, don't wear any glasses and it looks like that. Yeah, true. E and O just look the same with my glasses off. I don't know what link you're talking about, Animal. I don't think I can just carve fortifications straight, can I? No. Got to smooth the wool first. And then we'll see. We'll see where that lava's going. We're doing this safely so that nothing angry comes flying out of it. Yeah, I think we'll do more Stark Crawlers after we check this. So we'll be swapping games in a couple minutes. I'm going to detail that wall, and then hopefully the one in front of you. For a few hours? I will be surprised if I'm still on in a few hours. Maybe an hour or two, but 3 or 4? Probably not. Come back and, you're gonna go detail more walls, are you? Interesting. I wonder which wall you're detailing. Somebody must have canceled. Oh, you headed to Bedstone? Or were you saying goodbye to Frog? Didn't realize I was following a dwarf and the camera suddenly moving startled me. Whoa, alright, well, we can see now. So lava is falling pretty far down. I take it. Kind of all the way down to there. Huh. Well, all right then. I guess that answers that question. Of where the lava is going. Let's go peek down here. Let's do a downstair right there. Go down to here. That's unfortunate. I have to go away soon, Basta. You're not sleep until 6 or thereabout? Gotcha. So I gather you were saying goodbye to Frog. Just, you know, being dwarfy and dumping lava into things. You know, just starting an early cleanse of the upper caverns. Most of the lava is just falling off this. Also, just a reminder to anybody who plays Valheim, tomorrow on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, we're going to be hosting some Valheim servers. At least 2, potentially as many as 3. So if anybody wants to grab their character and jump into one of our servers, that's going to be a thing that you could theoretically do. And spring has arrived. That's 2 years. We've been making pretty good progress recently. We've been making pretty good progress. Hello, how you doing, Infinity? Just struggling. You know. Hex Wrench died of old age. No! R.I.P. Hex Wrench. Hex Wrench was a good little dwarf. God damn it. Oh well. R.I.P. Hex Wrench. You shall be missed. Hex-Wrench was my broker and bookkeeper. I'm doing all right. Mentally, I've been a little better, but now it's just the ongoing struggle of Twitch changing auto hosts. Like, you know, I think you watch my streams quite a bit, Infinity, so you probably know how many people are usually here. And because of the way auto hosts are now, I am kind of screwed. At least for the short term. Until I fix it. So it's kind of scary. And exceptionally stressful. And there's like nothing I can do about it. It's just suddenly all of my discoverability is gone. I have this weird feeling in a couple of months there's going to be people who used to come in from the auto hosts all the time are going to start popping in and being like, I thought you quit. 10 dingo blood? Man, I could get dingo blood myself here. I don't even need their help. Changed auto hosting? Here, I can give you the user voice that got declined about them changing it back. They changed it on the 31st of August, and I've lost 60% of my viewership since then, Zero Tap. There it is. That's the explanation, basically. Basically, now auto hosts don't pop up on the live stream channel. They now pop up on the carousel that every channel has on the profile front page, which literally nobody looks at. So I went from getting about 60% of my views from friends' channels who've auto-hosted me over the years down to not having that at all anymore. So I used to get about 600 to 700 unique views per day from the hundreds of channels that auto-host me because I've been streaming for so long. But now I get, well, about 30, 20 to 30 views from auto-hosting. So, I mean, it's 1,000 small channels, like thousands of small channels probably over the years, like at the very least hundreds of small channels over the years. But it's not the small channels. It's like I get auto-hosted by a couple pretty large streamers, like people that sit at 1,000+ viewers because they're my friends and I've known them for years. And a lot of them stream at very different time zones than me, so there's no way in heck they'd ever be able to raid me or stop by or any of that because, like, they're asleep or something to that equivalent, right? And because of that, it's like, well, like, they're my friends, but I don't really see them very often. So actually helping me directly is quite difficult, but the auto hosts go a long way. All right, so basically it went all the way down to the bottom, and that's about it. So long story short, it's I now have virtually no. I mean, I've talked about this a lot, so I'm probably starting to sound like a virtual record, a broken record. But I've lost almost all of my discoverability through Twitch overnight. So I went from, you know, quite literally getting hundreds of views per day and lots of my follows and lots of my just new viewers coming in from other channels because I'm, you know, a super niche channel. Not very many people go to Twitch looking for Dwarf Fortress. I mean, some people do, and credits to them, but not a lot of people do. And because of that, it's like, it's really difficult to grow a channel like mine. Uh-oh. I might actually not be able to close this. Yeah, I don't think I am. I'm gonna have to turn the whole thing off, which is fine, but manual hosts still work the same. But what someone should do is someone should make a website that just runs in a browser that's just a lurk bot. That's just a auto hosting service. So someone should just make a website that just runs in a browser that you can sign up for, and it just, you give it editor permissions, and then it just auto hosts people on a list of channels. But you need a bot that has editor permissions that can just type /host, basically, is what you need. But unfortunately, that doesn't exist. Not right now, anyway. All right, well, let's pull this lever because we need to get rid of those boulders. But we've done a whole lot of cavern cleaning. This whole area used to be a big old lake filled with blood and corpses, and now it's a big old lake filled with blood, corpses, and obsidian. This used to be completely packed with corpses. Now it's only partially packed with corpses that don't burn, and same with down here, and there's a bunch of obsidian on the water down there, and we're going to continue extending this project. Yeah, hosting is editor only. Which means, Hobo, please don't type in /host because you'll shut my stream down. But yeah, no, it's kind of scary, quite literally. It's kind of very scary. So also, like, you know, I've talked about this pretty publicly over the last few days. I used to be able to charge like $70 to $100 an hour for sponsored events. Which wasn't a huge portion of my income, but it was like, you know, maybe a couple, 100 or 200, maybe $300-400 a month. Now, with my averages in the last week, I will be lucky if I can get $30 an hour. Yep, we didn't release the lava tower. I'm just redirecting the pumps that filled it. The actual lava tower is full. Draining it would be a waste. I could, but no reason to do that when I can just simply redirect the pumps, which is actually faster because the pumps have more power behind them. Speaking of that, we're going to shut the pumps off anyway. So, yeah, no, it's a tricky thing. You know what? Let's just cancel all those jobs and give the dwarves a break. They've still got to haul a lot of stuff. Because I've got so many of these bins up here now. Not the scene of an attack, just several hundred years worth of corpses that slowly piled up from various small attacks. And unlike other games, the corpses literally take hundreds of years to degrade down to nothing. But yeah, no, Zero Tap, if you go check your dashboard, it'll say that you aren't auto-hosting anybody. You have to manually auto-host. You have to manually host to actually have an effect. So you can still type /host and then username to host people, but currently, I mean, in the short term, like I've said before, in the short term, it's fine. In the short term, it's not going to affect much because I still have the audience I have. The problem is going to be audience turnover. And I know people say, I like you, I wouldn't stop watching you. But like, that's not true. Like, people who genuinely enjoy watching my stream, people get busy, people take breaks, people go away for a while. And in order to be sustainable as a streamer, you need to have a constant flow of new people coming in. And I know some people will say YouTube, but realistically, YouTube is less than 5% of my monthly views. Less than 5%. It's like 2% some months. Like, I do get some traffic from YouTube for sure. Some people do come over from YouTube, but it is very much the minority. Sorry, why are you all caps sorrying at me? What's up? So it's a very small percentage of the people who come over from YouTube. So it's very scary. So realistically, I'll probably still be here in 2 years, but I do think that the next 6 months are going to be really difficult. You came from the YouTube because you started playing DF during the pandemic? Well, congratulations on being part of the 5%. Oh, no, don't worry about being one of the people who comes and goes. I mean, you come and go more frequently than some people. I mean, like that. I'm more referring to the people who watch me a whole lot for about 3 weeks and then disappear and come back 5 years later. You know, like that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people who watch a bunch for a month and then don't watch for a couple months. I'm talking about the people who take long breaks, because when that happens, that does genuinely impact the sustainability of streams like this. If I don't have new people coming in. And currently, I don't. I think that the SPCA broke their website because suddenly there's double pictures of all of them. And you know what's funny? In the last 5 minutes of this conversation, I've gotten 5 hosts from people, so cheers. Yeah, no, totally. Multiple. But, I don't know. It is what it is. So, I just need to find new ways of bringing in new people, basically. All that being said, though, I've played enough DF for today. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes, and about 6.5 hours of that's been DF. So I think that we're going to call it for Longdeath today. We did a lot of cavern cleaning, and we're going to switch games. We're going to go play the Patreon pick for this month. Patreon pick, of course, being Star Crawlers, which is a dungeon crawler in the stars, sort of. Lots of reading, but turn-based first-person dungeon crawler. So we're going to go swap over to that now. If you're here specifically for DF, there's more DF on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime, although lurks are very helpful for the reason that I was literally just talking about. Thanks for clicking the host button, Animal. Yeah, I think the longest you've disappeared was when you were moving, Animal. All right. If you're sticking around as well, if I could get around to beers, that'd be cool. All right. Let's swap games. Close that. Star Crawlers. There we go. I think the dog needs to use the toilet. So once I get the game started.